What's up, everybody? Impromptu P99 session, because we normally don't play outside of. I've got Mary on my in here, and she's being quite hyper. She's being all lovey-dovey, but also hyper. Are you jumping back there, honey? Let's see if she wants to go out. Oh my goodness, Mary, what are you doing? So if everybody can see, this is Mary. She's being all lovey-dovey, but also wants to play right now. So she's jumping all over me and on the microphone and in my beard and wants to attack everything. Probably have to put her out here in a few minutes. But I'm going to join Nathan Napalm today for an impromptu power leveling session. Because we're going to be switching over at some point eventually, switching over in our P99 static group that we play, the multi-stream group that we do on Friday nights with Nathan, myself, Bounty Code, Sparrow, Great Vindian, and Kel the Reaver. I'm going to be switching over to the Shaman here. Nathan's going to be switching over to a Paladin. We are getting a little bit of a power level today, as I understand things, from a member of Nathan's community. Otherwise, I never would have agreed to do this because I'm way too invested in the other character, and I don't have enough time to do this on my own. God, she has the zoomies big time, doesn't she? Anyway, impromptu session today. Doing a little bit of power leveling here. I have no idea how long we're going to play. Until I get tired and pass out, probably, because I've been up since 3:30 in the morning. My internet has been cranky. They've been working on things, so we'll see if it goes down or not. The objective is to play until later this afternoon, and at some point I'm going to be switching over because I've got Warcraft tonight. But that's later. Alright, I should be able to go back to the other group.
I'm out, so you haven't run all over looking for me. Because I'm right in front of Kaladin at the guards.
Alright, I am
Poking out
live
and killing a rat
and
or
back
something
in the
every once in a while.
channel. Alright, boys, I'm live in here.
Alright. I'm going to go live as well.
Oh yeah, me too. Just kidding.
It's all good live.
Yep, we're on green, Nailbomb.
Renfell, will you be playing in the pre-alpha session next month?
No, I will not give anybody money until they give me dates.
Yep. Renfell's hopeful and optimistic, but still waiting.
Yeah, I'm also, and I've said this publicly before, but I don't know that you've been around long enough. I was their very first community manager coming out of the Kickstarter, and so I've been around.
Oh, really?
I've been around long enough to have seen that project change like 3 or 4 times. So I just have a very much wait and see approach with it. I actually just started doing videos about Pantheon when Steve Clover came on board because that gave me enough confidence that at the very least I think it has a snowball's chance in hell now. But I'm still, just like with any other project, I don't pledge. I'm happy to pre-order, but I don't pledge. Pledging is different than pre-ordering.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. Makes sense. I think that's probably the smarter approach.
Yeah, that's the non-emotional response, you know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm all emotion, baby.
I'm all emotionally invested, you know?
I mean, but I've been following it for so damn long at this point. I don't know. It's just weird for me to not
Yeah, it's
do
just a part of my life. I think my kids actually, you know, like that they're almost their whole like memorable life. I've been waiting on Pantheon, so like I think it's gonna be weird for them when the game is out.
That's kind of sad, but
it is kind of sad, isn't it? My daughter would say that. She'd be like, you know, you've been waiting on the game since I don't even have a memory of you not waiting on that game. It's like it's not good. It's not good.
Well, I mean, we'll see how it goes. Maybe they'll ramp up now that they've got more money.
I think they will. I can already see that I would say the last 6 to 8 months have been like crazy as far as how much they've progressed. There's Swift Ride.
What's up, Jonathan?
Here.
I cast an HP buff as soon as you get here, just in case a wandering mob comes by. Yeah, and if you think about it, even after the alpha comes out, I believe they said the alpha will just be the one continent, right? So, and it won't even be fully complete. I think it'll be like 10 or 15 zones. So it's like we'll probably be in alpha for like 5 years. Let's be honest.
I don't know. I think the alpha will be shorter than everybody thinks because of how much they want to be already done when they get to alpha.
Yeah, could be.
Because that doesn't even count all the stuff they're doing that has nothing to do with getting us to alpha. Because they're getting a lot of that work done too. You know, continents that aren't part of the alpha, like scope. I think alpha will be a year, maybe 2 years max. And then I think beta will be straight up 1 year because the game's almost done by then.
Yeah, I would estimate 2 years for alpha, 1 year for beta. So we're at least 3.5 years away from a launch.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I think that's fair. Yep.
Yeah, we'll
I'd
see. I mean, my theory was, and they haven't said this at all. This is just me guessing.
Right,
Is
all
that
of
they
us.
were going to
Yeah.
add a bunch of zones, right, in alpha or beta or both, and so like keep expanding. But maybe not. Maybe they'll just call it good at this one um, continent and set of zones, and then add stuff via expansion or something like that. That would also make sense.
some of that will just depend on investments because at some point,
Yeah.
they will have to face a reality of a launch date and stop moving the goalposts.
Yeah.
Well, that's why they don't talk dates
Yep.
because they don't want to move goalposts visibly.
The moment they mention a date, it goes from pledge to pre-order, and they have legal obligations to release. So
Yep.
they will not do that until they're absolutely certain that they're going to be able to actually hit the dates. I'm assuming Gallic is the character we're going to be following.
That is me.
All right.
Trying to get some HP buffs on you guys here.
Okay.
Tip Mr. Swift Ride for all he's done. All right, there we go.
Where are you, Kel? If you're in the area, yes, we're going to the Warrens, but I would assume you would need to be. Kel's asking if we wanted his little Shadow Knight or something. Since we're in the Warrens, I'm assuming if you got something here, Kel, you could, but I don't know exactly what we're doing yet. I know we're going into the Warrens, into a dangerous place. Kel's
Can you guys
part of.
drop group so we can group and I can invis you?
Oh
Yep,
yeah.
Kel's gonna start in Payneal, so if you're gonna start in Payneal, Kel, you could probably meet us on the way. Kel is the monk in our static group. For those watching. Oh, I forgot to push to mute. Sorry, Nathan.
Oh, you're fine.
Nope, we are on Yellowknack for the TLP server. No bump.
Can you send me that invite again? It didn't seem to go through for some reason.
Is Ren doing the invite or do you?
I'm not. I'm lazy.
Okay, that's why you didn't get it. All right, I'm inviting you.
I do all the invites on Friday. It's your turn, sir.
Yeah, I'll get this one. I'm going live now.
I'm gonna be a lazy POS today and just. I wasn't even gonna stream, and then I was like, yeah, I better stream. Hmm.
Can you invite Renfell as well?
Yep.
Because I need to invis you guys before something attacks you.
Okay. Got to invite Ren.
No,
Oh, no, you didn't. Hang on.
you need to actually use the.
Selected. I forgot
Yeah,
about
you
that.
can't use the.
It's,
Yeah, there you
P99
go.
here.
Yarg, P99. All right, following Luke.
You guys are on auto follow.
Yep.
Yep, I'm on autofollow as well.
There's a couple skeletons at the entrance that we'll be able to see that I'll have to kill.
I don't think he has a set schedule for Fury on a Vi. It's when he has a
It seems like
chance.
a big pain in the butt, but trust me, this is really good spot because since we're gonna have these mage pets, we don't want them to like we can't zone, so we have to be somewhere where we can go from like or low levels all the way to the teens and 20s.
Right. Sense.
So what you're saying is you really hope my internet doesn't crash today because I'll lose the pet.
Yeah, I saw your video about that. I'm
Yeah.
Bootstrapper, by the way.
Copy
YouTube.
that. Yeah, like this morning, my WoW stream got cut off. Like they just dropped at 7:43. It just went and it was out for like 5 minutes. They got to be repairing something though, because it's been really good since we moved in for the most part since they stopped throttling us.
Well,
but
what we could do is I have several of these pet items. Skeleton.
if we're picking up Kel, honestly, I would say because it's not going to matter who gets the pets. I would say we could give one to Kel. Kel, can you
Okay.
confirm that you're going to be here for a few hours since you're home from work early? Because if you're here for a few hours, Kel, I would feel more secure giving you the pet item because in case I crash, I don't want to waste it
Yeah.
because I
I
don't
have
trust my
a
internet
weapon
today.
also, and I'm gonna give that to you, your pet, Nathan, because
Okay.
it sounds like you'll be on for a while. So.
Should be.
Okay. Did I get turned around? It's over here. Oh, well, let me attack it for some reason. Okay. Hopefully this lip lets you up. Are you guys getting up here?
Yep.
Yep.
There's gonna be 2 dudes right here. Oh shit.
Oh, I may need to get Kel into the voice chat.
Yeah. You want me to?
I
put
can
an
get him
invite
real
in
quick.
here? Okay. So explain that pet, because I didn't even know about whatever you've got going on here in a
Yeah,
second.
so there's an item called Brazier of Elemental Summoning. He drops off of the let me busy again. It drops off the Froglock Summoner and Upper Guk. It lets you summon a level 12 mage pet one-time use. Really good for power leveling, especially
Okay.
if you're not a druid or something like that. And
Oh, my ultra vision
Sure.
just faded.
I can give it to you again if you'd like.
Yeah, everything's just pitch black. I don't want to fall off of the hole like Bounty Code did.
Did you guys zone in?
Yes.
Yes,
You
I'm
zoned-
zoning,
okay.
or I'm loading. Yep.
Okay, let me get.
I can
more
actually.
Vince,
What's up, Kel?
not much. How are you guys doing?
Hey, Kel.
I'm
Oh.
alive.
Yep.
That 3:30 a.m. wake up is kicking me. I'm gonna go get an energy drink as soon as we get into the Warrens.
I thought you had to get up at a weird time because you responded to my comment on YouTube.
Yeah, I've been getting up at 3:30 Monday through Friday to help my brother level up his character in Warcraft for a static group. So
That's pretty hardcore, man.
do it all for the stream, baby.
Are you guys both following me still, or
I'm
should I
not.
wait?
I'm not following automatically, but
Okay.
Kel's in Payneal, so we could probably just pick him up right here.
I'm auto following you now.
I don't
Gotta
know.
go through here. There's gonna be a couple guards we have to run past, so if your invis is dropping, hold back here.
Okay.
Yeah, Ren.
They
you're
don't
not
like
in
the
biz,
good
are you?
guys. He should be. Oh, he's not. Oh,
What's up?
God.
Oh yeah, I'm
I-
appearing now. I just noticed it. Thank you.
He just saved your life.
I wasn't gonna run. I wasn't gonna run forward. I was just moving forward till about here. Are we running past these now?
Yeah, run
Alright,
past him. Follow me
alright,
out here,
Yep.
and I'm gonna bind you over here at the fountain. Okay. You guys can drop invis now if you want to. I'll have to I want to re-invis before we go in anyway.
How close are you, Kel?
I am just gonna be leaving Paniel now.
All right.
Well, you're like an erudite Shadow Knight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, Shadow Knight.
Binding. Not quite the cooldown.
Thank you.
Cool. So I'm gonna have to invis the three of you, and then we're gonna run basically to the back of Warren's, and hopefully invis doesn't fall. But
Okay.
It's not like I can lose XP at level 1, so I'm not gonna worry about it too much.
Okay.
And my Boken staff, which I actually pulled out of here months ago.
Let's see.
Supposedly Common's gonna have some shaman gear for me, so we'll see.
Ooh, they're fixing Sparrow's internet currently.
Good deal.
I think I'm gonna have to call mine too. I've been having some really weird issues lately.
There's a fairly new internet company in my area that is just kicking butt, and they're great. And 3 gig fiber for me.
Nice.
Yeah, we check on the fiber. It's almost to us. We
Yeah,
almost got
it's
it.
3. It's like literally 2 streets down from us, but they won't run it up closer to our house because they said there's not a demand for it in this little town that we live in. So I'm like, it's
That's
2
lame.
streets, and it's like, yeah.
Just run your own cable. It's fine.
Well, there is that. They literally told me if you want to pay one of the techs like $100, they'll run it for you. But if it ever goes down, you're shit out of luck because no one will come out and fix it for you. So I was like, yeah, I'll just stick with my cable internet, which it's functional. Let's just put it that way. It's functional 99% of the time. Hey, I'm making a living with it, so that's all I can say. I can't complain too much.
Yeah.
Do I have to do something on P99 green to get out of Payneal?
You need a key.
Yeah, there's. I'll come get you. I'll help you. The guards, if you say KEYZ to one of the guards, they'll give you a key. Then you can operate the elevator.
AYZ, you said?
Yeah.
Probably the last bath we'll get. Ran for a while. If you want to.
That's
hop in
true.
here
Lather up my naked Barbie corpse. I mean, body.
I actually need to come down and grab some food anyway, since we're going to be doing this for a while. So I'll do that.
DLs tend to get a little scary sometimes, so gotta make sure I clean off these dwarf stones a bit.
What's up, Crinkle?
I mean, honestly, my hope is that we'll just let the pets do all the work, and you guys can just chill in the corner, because you're so low level that I don't want anything to because things will aggro you from further away, you know?
Yeah.
Actually, you probably don't even want to sit. You probably just want to stand in the corner and just control your pet. At least for the
Which I've
first
never done
10
in my
levels or
life.
so.
By the way, I've never had a pet in EverQuest. In any MMO, I've never had a pet. Never played.
That's
pet
funny.
class.
That's the opposite of me. I always I love mages and summoners and that kind of thing. So of course I'm sad that Pantheon doesn't have a summoner yet. Okay.
Talking about your video right now, Renfell,
Which one?
that you made not too long ago about the P99 versus TLP versus live.
You're watching it right now?
We're talking about it. The chat brought it up because people are asking what's the best way to play.
Oh, gotcha.
And
I
that
think
is a good video that really breaks it down. Of it depends on what you're looking for, you know.
yeah, because there are 3 different versions. I think the only thing I left out of that video was the subscription costs if you want to play on a TLP. That's the only thing I forgot to mention, because other than that, they're all free to play. But the TLPs do have the subscription cost. But other than that, I think that video covered everything you would need to know. Someone mentioned it and I was like, oh shit, I completely forgot to to actually mention this one has a cost associated with it. But I know I talked about buying my subscriptions in blocks. So I think I maybe mentioned it in passing, but I didn't dedicate any time to it.
Yeah.
Helske, that's you. That's the person I'm
Oh
looking for,
yeah,
right?
that'll be
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Cool. Did you end up getting your key?
No, I couldn't find the guard that I needed to talk to. I'll just get it later.
You can ask this guy we're about to pass if you want.
Oh, perfect.
This guy right here.
All right. Well, while they're on the way back, I am gonna go grab my drink of
I'm
energy.
gonna sell you. There you go. I think you're already bound in the newbie yard, but if you want, I can bind you over here with everyone else.
Sure.
Just hop in the fountain of binding. Oh, we need to get you in the group first, though. Nathan, you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Can you invite Kelske to the group?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I forgot I was group leader. Yeah, let me click on.
Odd Nathan.
There you go.
Thank you, sir.
I don't approve of your kind around here, Kelske.
You're kind. Wow. I'm hoping you mean SK.
Yeah, I do. Of course I do. What else could I mean?
He doesn't
I
like
don't have
erudites.
Obviously, I don't have a problem with big foreheads.
Uh, one thing in Pantheon I always wish they had was like a just a nerdy race like the erudites. Like they're just really smart humans. I would love that.
If they did what now?
Just have like really nerdy smart humans. That's basically what the erudites are. You know. So that was always my favorite race.
Yeah, I'm not.
Closest
I'm not a
equivalent
big
would be
fan of the
gnome.
erudites in EQ2. I felt like they didn't. They don't look as cool as they do in EQ1.
When Renfell gets back, we can make the journey.
All right. Who's got my XP pots? All right. I'm ready. Sorry about
All right,
that.
let me invis you guys, and I'll lead you back there. Of course, my divination's trash because I'm a shaman.
SKs are bad. Kelske.
You're bad.
Depends on how much they pay me.
So autofollow is going to be a little bit tricky here in some areas, so just try to follow me normally. Going in.
Just follow. What you gonna do with that big fat ass? Wiggle, wiggle. Come on, Mr. Ogre. Wait, you're a troll.
All
You know,
right.
you're an ogre. You're an ogre.
I'm an ogre. Are you guys all following me?
I am now. Gotta keep
Yep.
it on invis.
If invis drops, you're going to die, just so you know. Everyone get out of the water, okay?
Yep. Good to go.
Nope.
Go, 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 go. Wait, you didn't get out?
I'm good now.
All right. Nathan?
Mr. Napalm?
Napalm. Mr. Nathan. No, where's Nathan?
Oh, God.
Bad place to go AFK.
He's just like AFK in the river.
Was he with us when we left?
Now I don't know.
All right, let her
Now I
run
don't
back.
know.
Let her
Well,
run.
I'll just run you. I
Yeah.
can take you guys. We're halfway there, so I'll just take
Okay.
you guys the rest
Okay.
of the way.
Okay. 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 Hang on, I gotta find you now because I was already on my way back. I see you. Go, 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 go.
Go. It'll be good to know if standing in the corner aggroes the mobs because you guys are low and I'm curious if they'll aggro at all.
By the
If
way,
there's some across
did,
the room.
did you give the mage pet thingy to Kel?
Not yet.
Okay, because he'll want it more than me. Because in case I drop, there's the
Oh
king.
gosh.
It's
Did Nathan's
camped.
internet go out? Is that what just happened?
I don't know.
I heard the call drop. Okay, so this is where we're gonna be over here. This is the bat room. And I'm hoping you guys can stand in this corner right here without aggroing the kobold that paths by.
I have something on me. Are the bats non-aggro?
They won't aggro and they're not social. This is why it's a great
No
spot.
wonder this is a good PL spot.
This is what we were missing when we were down here.
No shit, dude.
Hey, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
This is my favorite
Yeah.
spot.
What the
You can
heck,
actually
dude?
off
Discord
just
just
these
quit
bats.
working.
Oh,
All right,
that
all
explains
right.
it.
Well,
Did you follow?
I'm
Were
at
you
the
here?
entrance. No, I was trying
Okay.
to tell you, but you guys couldn't hear me. That I wasn't auto followed.
Okay, I'll come back and get
I'm
you.
just at the entrance. I just didn't move after I realized nobody could hear me. I don't know why I did that. It was for no reason. They could hear me in the stream. Discord just said that I was muted and I couldn't unmute and I couldn't change my settings. All right, it didn't change anything, and then suddenly it worked
Discord's
again.
a fairly wonky program at times.
Yeah, I've never had that happen before. That would freak me out.
Wiggle, wiggle.
So let me know, like maybe even sit down just to test it to see if the kobold aggroes from across the room when he runs by.
Yeah, I'll wait.
Just might be good to know.
I'll wait till you get back to test that one.
Yeah.
All right. Almost back to the entrance.
Oh, there's definitely 2 kobolds running by though.
I basically just want to know if I have to kill them when they come by every time.
Okay.
All right, do you
Alright,
see
there
me?
you are. Yep. Let me
All right, let's go.
follow.
You
Alright,
might want to
yep.
just follow manually because
Okay.
there's a river and stuff.
Okay, I got you.
Hashtag
So weird
things.
controlling invisible.
Yeah, just go first
Going to
person,
first
man.
person,
yeah.
yeah.
I guess I'm weird. I always play first person.
No.
I used to back in the day. I think you kind of had to back in the day.
I will when I'm pulling, but outside of that, I like third person better.
I don't even think I knew this game had third person back in the original days.
I actually
Did it?
think it might have been disabled.
Yeah,
Like it wasn't
yeah,
a thing initially
yeah.
in '99.
That's what I was thinking. I didn't know about it if it was a thing.
Because I can't remember, but I might have just been a noob because I was like 11.
Oh, I was a super noob, dude. I had literally no idea what I was doing. Still don't. Not much has changed.
Okay, almost there. I'm excited to see if this works because if this works, I'm gonna be. Anytime someone needs a power level, this is where I'm coming.
All right.
All right, so this is the corner of safety. I hope.
Yeah, I'm gonna be all up in this corner.
Okay, so let me get some of these items out.
Oh, chat says they're 100% was a third person 99. I didn't know about it.
Yeah, see, it might have just been one of those things where it's like you just didn't know the hotkey because like the menus were so rudimentary back then, and it was like I don't even remember being able to see a place where your keys are bound. You just had to like read the manual, as far as I know.
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
I
had a little
drop in
thing
this?
I cut out for the manual. It was on my desk. I remember for different keystrokes.
Would you mind dropping your invis, Nathan? I want to give you something.
Yep. All right.
Okay, let's try this out. This is exciting. Oh, and I need to cast HP buff on Kelske.
What's up, Chris?
Okay, so if you wouldn't mind right-clicking that in your inventory.
Ignore that. Ignore that.
This is gonna look weird. Dwarf
Okay.
mage.
All right. All right. Clicked it.
All right, you got yourself a fire pet.
Okay.
Cool. Kelske, are you familiar with how pets work in this game? I think you might be on mute.
I think he's on
Yeah,
mute.
I was muted. There's a pet window now, so it's super high tech, right?
Well, it is a lot better than how they did have it on green.
Yep.
Yeah. Let me give this to you then.
I have my magician with all his macros still.
Cool. So this pet is a level 12 mage pet, and I think 2 pets should be able to take out one of these bats. That's my theory, but I'm gonna buff them first to make sure.
You let me know when you want me to sit to test that theory.
Just sit right there. It's fine.
Oh god, this is scary. Just the bat. I know he don't even aggro, but it's freaking me out. He's all up in my face and he's red.
So I've come to this spot for a long time, and the other day I was with a friend in here, and we attacked one, but like 4 of them all came at us at the same time. It looked like we aggroed 4, and I was very confused. I thought they changed it, but it was just like totally random that they just happened to start coming at us. It was kind of funny. Because we definitely would have died. Okay, so you all have HP buff. I think for pet, Nathan, will you step out a little bit so I can get to your pet? And I'm gonna give him this item. I'm gonna give him one of these. So don't let him die. Actually, Kelsuke, you're more familiar with using mage pets. Maybe I'll give it to your pet. I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
That's actually, I think that's a safer pet.
Yeah, that sounds.
I'm gonna
Final
step
last
out.
words.
Step out for 2 seconds.
All
Be
right.
right back.
Okay.
That rod is like 1,000 plat. All right.
Yeah,
Hopefully that
so
works
did
out.
you gave that to Kelsuke, right?
Yep, it's on his
Yeah,
pet. His pet's
that's
holding it.
smarter. I don't know anything about pets. You guys are gonna have to.
Basically, you're just gonna click the mob you want to attack and hit attack.
Right.
Now, you might
Okay.
want to do /assist Kelsuke because I think we're gonna make Kelsuke the main guy here.
Okay.
Since he's familiar with the pets. There's some weird targeting stuff with bats where sometimes you think you've clicked the right one and you'll pull a different one. So I'm gonna be on watch for that. But let me pull out a slow just to make this super safe for the first pull.
Yeah, I'm gonna make for certain that whatever I put my pet on is what Kelsuke has.
And I'm gonna give your pets chloroplast as well, just for extra safety. Shouldn't be needed, but
Wait, you gave my pet a weapon worth 1,000 plat?
I did. Don't let him die.
The pressure's real, dude.
Don't let him die. There we go. Chloroplast. All right. Let me just go ahead and slow this guy.
All right, I'm back.
All right, so this bat I'm slowing, you guys can send your pets in on. I'm curious to see how this goes.
And I can't remember. Do I have to do damage to get XP, or is it just shared across the group?
It should be shared across the group.
That's what I thought, but I can't ever remember.
Look at our little pet.
So look at him. The pet just hit for 41.
Oh wow, it's working.
It's working.
Well, pets do take some of the
now
XP, but it's still going to be
Do you have
fast.
to leave the group, Galek, for us to get?
Oh yes, I
range?
do.
Okay,
Hold on.
okay.
Now the main thing I'm worried about is the pets dying, since they do cost a fair bit of money to like get the item. So just let me know if they take any damage or if they get low, so I can heal them.
Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna try to
sounds
keep
good.
an eye on them, but so just attack this pet here, this bat. I don't need to pull it. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, we're on him now.
See, you guys are power leveling now. You don't even need me.
Yeah, but we'll keep you, I suppose.
They are your pets, after all, in reality.
I actually camped this item in Upper Guk, so it's not that big of a deal.
Are they rare drops? Okay,
Yeah, it's pretty rare. I was
Okay,
already
okay.
getting them for my other twink, so I just used those. It's not a big deal. I can feel myself. I'm about to take a break from P99 probably. So
You feeling that? You feeling that you need one now?
it's not that. It's just you know, I do this thing where I take a few months off of work, and well, it's probably time for me to go get some money now.
Yeah.
I used to do that. Had a construction company for years, and I used to work about 6 to 8 months out of the year, and then 4 to 6 months I would go travel Europe and spend all my well-earned spoils.
I usually do about 9 months on, 3 months off, but yeah, I don't know. I kind of want to get some money and buy a house. Okay. Do any of you guys have like an offensive spell you can use to pull the bats at all?
Not yet.
I have a burst of flame, but it'll beat the shit out of me when it hits me. I don't
So
have
I
a
wanna
pet,
get
so I
something
don't want to do it.
I'm gonna get like my crappy slow out so I can pull them without wasting too much mana. Let me just find Drowsy. Haven't used this one in a while. So what's gonna happen is we're gonna run out of bats really fast because these pets are pretty OP, and then I'm gonna run around the corner and get some more for you.
Okay.
Because there is a like boss that spawns in there, and here you go. By the way, how's the XP so far?
I'm about
Halfway
2 bars
through.
in.
Yeah, 2 bubs.
bad. It probably would work a lot better with one person.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we'll be fine.
So how did you guys used to do this before they put this menu in here?
No, actually, what he did,
With, macros?
Maduros,
Make
is
hotkeys, yeah.
there's some
was-
sort of weird
Well,
item he
Blue's had
gave,
pet
which I
window
don't know
forever.
anything
They
about,
just took it out for green to make it
which
more classy.
summoned
Slash
mage
pet
pets,
back, slash
which are
pet
like level
attack, all that
12.
good stuff.
So what he did is he gave Nathan and
I mean, the
Kel
worst part for me is not being able to see the HP.
these mage pets, which they can
Yeah, that's never fun.
summon. They're level 12 mage pets. The mage pets are pulling the bats, and then he's just basically healing and buffing the mage pets. So technically he's PLing, but really what it is we just have really powerful mage pets.
Might have to kill this named boss real fast. And if we run out of bats, we probably can start killing kobolds too.
Okay.
I don't know exact level on them, but
Yeah, I didn't know anything about the item in question that he's using. It's I guess he said it's farmed in
46, 50, 50. Good
Upper
lord.
Guck.
that bat died so fast. All right, I don't know what level a howler is. We're gonna give it a try.
But these
This
pets
thing's
are
healing
hitting
really
for
well,
40
so-
to 50 a pop.
Yeah, dude,
so...
that weapon makes his pet so powerful. It's kind of
and
crazy.
he gave them
You think
like
that's crazy? There's a
he gave him a
there's
Rod of
robe you can get
Lamentation
at level
like,
1. And
item,
it's kind of annoying
Okay.
at level 1.
which
You have to
makes
go to
these
Temple of Vishamp to
pets
do it.
hit
So you can imagine how hard that is for
ridiculously
level 1. But if you can get in there and get the right drops, at level 1 you can nuke for 360 damage. So you can just literally one-shot anything,
Freaking
basically.
epic, dude. That's insanity. I loved it. You know, like they don't do that anymore. You know, but like, what's the harm? You know, you make it hard to get, and you make it like super OP.
It makes
What's the
zero
problem?
sense to do that unless you've already got like high-level characters and connections and things.
Yeah,
Like, you would never,
right. That's what I'm
you'd never
saying.
wanna do
That's what I'm saying. So I don't see a problem with like, you know, being able to completely just twink a low level because you had to earn that stuff. It's not like you just log in, never played the game before. You're not gonna have access to those things, you know. They don't do that in MMOs anymore, though. You know.
True.
Like it breaks the game.
Well, the thing is, if you don't
It
have
does.
PvP, like you don't need to have balance. Like balance
Right.
isn't actually important. It's
Yeah.
actually fun to have things be a little bit imbalanced, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think so too. Depends on how you design your game. Everybody designs your game so theme park ish that then you really do have to. It needs to be balanced because that's how you made your game, and then you complain about it. And it's like, but that's what you did. You made the game like this, so it's your fault that it has to be so balanced.
I don't think we can kill this name. He's kind of hard.
You kill it and give us the loot.
Unfortunately he doesn't have any good drops. I'm sad about it because he's a cool mom, but I don't know if you guys know this, but back then the technology was so primitive that they can only have a certain number of like mob models in one zone. So if they gave a character a special model, you know that they really put a lot of work into it because that's why a lot of
Good
times you'll see
point.
recycled. Oh my god, they killed too fast.
Dang, Kel.
Oh, there's a pop.
bat. Yeah, We're gonna get this kobold first, right?
Dang. See, giving 1,000 plat weapon to a pet is totally worth. This is my first time doing
Recover
it,
this
but I have
weapon
to say,
eventually, right?
what's that?
We can recover this weapon, right?
How? I don't know how.
Oh god. Okay,
We need
let me
to
see if
find
I can
out.
find
Yeah.
out.
Well, yeah,
I would
because
love
it's
to
a,
know that. That would be
if we
so
get
good
it
if you
back
could.
for you at the end, would be
All
really
you
nice.
viewers out there who know much more about mage pets than
Right.
us.
Yes, please chat. Tell us, how do we get that back when we're done?
Ding.
Ding.
The good news is that because these are all red to you guys, the pace should stay the same for quite a while. Like it's a little bit slower than I would like, I think, because you guys are in a group. But the fact that the pace will stay like this until like level 15 or something,
Well, everybody's saying you can't get it back.
I didn't think so.
Oh.
Only if it's a charm pet, you can.
Okay, that makes sense. Jeez, another thing to make enchanters OP.
Yep. As if they weren't already.
Yeah, JJ, I would not be doing this if we weren't getting PL'd because I ain't got time to level up a character to replace my ranger. But if we're gonna get PL'd once or twice, I'll take
Well, I
advantage
mean,
of
I
that.
guess it couldn't hurt to try the Cave Bat Lord.
Level is it? Any idea?
He's like level 20 something. It's fine. If it doesn't work, I'll kill him. I can hold aggro really well because I can just cast slows on him. So I'll keep a little bit more of a distance on this one.
All right.
I didn't get XP for that bat. Did you, Nathan?
And you know I didn't. All right. You send in your pet on him? Okay.
That's
Goes
weird. I might have accidentally hit him.
Maybe.
My weapon, I do hit for like 140, so it's possible that I accidentally hit him.
What
Could have
was
been a riposte too.
what was the name of that staff again that you gave the pet?
Rod of Lamentation.
Rod of Lamentation, yeah.
Oh, that's right. Rod of Lamentation. Yep, yep.
And Nathan, also, I have a weapon you can borrow if you'd like for your streams. I brought it along with me. Just, maybe someday give it back to me, but
Sure.
it is, if I say it in chat here, you should be able to see it, I think. Do you see
As
it?
some-
In the...
let me see.
That's a nice weapon.
I was gonna use it on my Twink Wizard, but it feels wrong to use a melee weapon on a wizard,
We're pretty.
Used it,
I don't know what
I
you
think so.
linked. I know we've got we got Smoldering
Yeah,
Brand,
'cause I'll be-
Obsidian Shard, Wakazashi, Valium Axe of the Blood Brood,
Oh, there it is.
Rat Brillium.
I think we
I
probably
was a
have a
little
lot
bit
of.
out of range.
Oh, that is nice though.
How are your pets doing? Are they holding up?
Yeah, the barn's
Yeah.
only like a half bub of health gone.
Cool.
How do you? Oh, okay, now I see. Now I see.
¿Qué pasa?
What does guard mean on a pet? Does that just mean if something attacks me, then attack it? Is that what
It
guard
basically
is?
means that wherever he's standing when you click that, he will not leave that spot. But if anything like attacks you or is near you, like any aggressive mobs near you, it'll attack basically.
Yeah. Hey,
Just-
I want to say that's a really freaking sick weapon there, but maybe just keep it because I'm mainly going to be doing sword and shield.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. It doesn't even really pick up steam to like level 20 anyway.
We're gonna need to go to Mistmore and get you that Mistmore shield, Nathan.
Heck
You guys come over
yeah.
here closer so you can get the XP off this.
He's running and
There's a really cool graphic on that shield too. That you're talking about, if I remember right.
There is, yeah, it's like a skull head or something. I don't remember.
send your pet
Yeah.
in. There you go. All right, cool. Back to the corner of safety.
Thank you, Chris. What are you doing?
All right, you can pull some of these bats if you want to.
All right, I'm gonna be
Or
on.
I guess
I'm gonna be on mute for a few minutes, guys, because I got a sandwich and chips to gnaw on.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll pull one. So you get when do you get your spell that you can pull with?
Me?
Anyone, I guess. For some reason I was thinking you guys had a spell at some level that you could pull with.
Paladins and
Think over.
SKs in P99 get spells at level 12 or 14, I think.
Okay, so it would be our chamois. After chip, post chip.
Is it okay for us to walk up and hit it just so we get a little bit of skill ups?
As long as
Or
he
is
doesn't
that
turn
too
on you. You
dangerous?
guys have HP buff, so as long as your HP buff stays on you, you should be fine.
I'm not gonna follow him far from the corner though. If he starts wandering out, I'm not going.
Yeah, there's kobolds that pass by. I'm trying
Yeah.
to keep an eye on them.
Oh crap! He hit me. Never mind. I'm gonna stay back.
Is he still hitting you?
Why is he on me? Yeah.
How
No,
could
bat! Leave me alone.
Are you dying?
I've got 3 bubs left. Okay, he's not on me anymore.
Not me. Ah.
What have you guys done to annoy this bat?
I don't know.
That should be taunting. I don't
There's
know
a
what's up with
kobold on. Okay. So
Walk over here along the wall, and I think they'll leave you alone.
I'm gonna quit.
Your pet's got aggro. It's just they'll always attack the master if nearby.
Oh, okay. That's what it was. That's what it was.
Yep. Kind of weird how it works with the pets. I got a kobold here for you guys. I have a level 55 mage, and my pet hits for 50 something without weapons. So just to give you an idea of how strong that is.
Yeah, that's nuts. All right, get this bat that's here. Yep.
Yeah. Man, Drowsy is a great pulling spell. It gives a lot of aggro. And it costs very little mana. I like it a lot. Yeah, for years I resisted playing on green, but once I saw you started streaming it, I was like, fine, I'll play. And then I rolled this guy.
Oh my gosh! I just walk up and hit him and gets on me. I'm gonna quit.
Yeah, because of the way the pet aggro works, I do think that he'll basically hit you every time you run up there. Sadly. Wow, this bat does not like me. Let's see. So how are you guys doing this morning or afternoon, I guess, depending on where you are?
Doing pretty good.
early from work because I'm not feeling good. I'm playing P99, so I'm playing pretty good.
Yeah.
I left work
Classic,
for several months because I'm not feeling good about it. Oh god, I'm lazy. All right.
Pre-patch is coming out today for WoW Classic.
You know, I never got into WoW. I was thinking about trying WoW Classic.
It's good, man. You know, like it's not as easy as everybody acts like. You know, once you get up into the content. Me and Rim were talking about that today. Like,
Accidentally hit that
you
bat.
you gotta get good.
I'm just gonna grab all 3 of these bats while I'm over here, so I don't have to run back.
Nathan, you got me in the middle of eating my sandwich. What do you mean the pre-patch is coming out today? Because it's scheduled for the 30th.
Oh, I guess it's not. My bad. I'm getting my days mixed up. I thought it was the 24th.
They're patching something today because the servers
Yeah.
usually don't go down
it-
on a Wednesday, but they went down today.
Is it prepping for it, maybe?
Probably.
Got some bats.
All right, which one we going on?
Just assist whichever one Kelsuke picks. 'Cause there's some squeaky bats.
All right, I'll be right back. I gotta take my plate to the kitchen.
Good lord, 50 damage. That must be like the cap. Actually, I don't think it is the cap. I think if you get the right weapon, I think a pet can hit for like mid 70s.
This just doesn't seem to be working.
Are you having trouble targeting them?
Yeah, it's
Yep, I
not.
got it
The
now.
assist isn't. Oh, that's why. Okay.
If you guys loot the bat corpses, it makes it a little easier because for some reason on P99 the bats have huge target boxes and you can accidentally click the corpses.
I just hide the corpses.
Oh, that's probably a good idea. How does that work? I never actually did that.
Slash hide corpse space all.
And is that permanent or is it just for the ones that are currently visible?
That are currently visible.
Ding.
Yep, same ding.
So how much time do you guys have to dedicate to this today? Because you can get all the way to level 20 in this room.
I've got quite a bit of time.
I can't say it's
Let's see.
particularly interesting streaming content, but
I think it
it
is.
will get you there.
I think it is. I've got until maybe, let's see, what time would that be your time? Maybe about 1 p.m., 1:30 your time, I think.
Okay. Works for me. I'm going on vacation tomorrow, so I'm going to pack later, but
All right, I'm back.
Nice. Oh my gosh.
if you guys want to go even faster, I do have another one of those pet summoner things. It's my last one. I could give it to Ren Shaman.
I would hold on to it honestly because I don't trust my internet. I don't
Okay.
want to waste it because they're still
Yeah.
working on things, and if I go if I like LD, it'll waste it. I'm not in a rush, so
Yeah, that's good thinking. I mean, this is good experience. I mean, level
Is it?
4 already. We just got here.
Okay. It'll probably go it'll probably continue with this pace till about level 14, and then it'll slow down a little bit because they'll start conning blue at that time. Some of them. But you can keep doing it all the way to like. Actually, I think I've gone to level 22 here in this room. Oh, my sound broke. I'm so slow. A little bit because they'll start conning. Well, I'm happy to see this plan is working. I wasn't sure 100% if it would work.
Yeah, looks like it's working great.
I was a little bit worried that sitting over here, the pathers would run over, but
I love a good unique plan too. This is super unique. I just not want to, like, I didn't expect to have a pet. I will say that.
I had to get creative because shamans aren't the greatest at power leveling, honestly, with no damage shield. Lord, I should just run outside and reset myself. This is awful. Actually, I'm really close. I just remembered we're really close to the zone line to Stonefront Mountains. I might just run out there and sow really fast.
Yeah, that makes sense.
As soon as Renfield has an offensive spell, he can also start pulling.
I
Too.
have one. I just haven't been.
Okay.
Been
Yeah,
working
if
them.
you just the bats there, if you want to pull those. Um, and we just have to keep an eye on your talismans because if they wear off, then you're going to be in trouble. But, all right, coming back in. Yeah, I'm curious to see what you guys think of the. I mean, aside from what you've already commented on, but about the Riot MMO, I'm actually kind of looking forward to that.
I'm more
The
anticipating
Riot,
the
yeah.
I'm more anticipating the Dune MMO.
Oh, really?
Dune
Oh, yeah, I
Awaken.
just saw a video for that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it's been announced like 3 or 4 years ago, but they finally showed the teaser trailer today. Um, I feel about the same amount of anticipation actually for either one because both are going to have PvP, which I don't like, and I know the Riot game is going to be very competitive, probably based on what we've got from their MOBA. I'm not into that kind of gameplay. I
Yeah.
love their
Yeah.
storyline and lore, but I don't like competitive gameplay like that. I'm not a PvPer. And then the Dune game, I'm gonna play because I love the Dune world, but I absolutely hate survival games, and it is an open world survival game. So
Yeah.
I'm just trying to resign myself to knowing that I'm gonna have to get used to playing at least one survival game, and the way around that is gonna be going. It's Dune. I can, it makes sense for it to be a survival game, but oh, I hate
Yeah.
their Conan games.
Yeah.
The
Uh,
trick is to have a group to play with for those.
Well,
Solo will be terrible.
I do have a good guild, so
I'm not necessarily convinced that the Riot MMO will be
Whoa. Whoa, is that
PvP-ish.
train?
Oh, what is that? Oh, there's a bard in here who's kiting. Um, I'm not convinced just because Riot's been branching out to other games and not all of them are PvP. Like they've got what is it called? The Rune King, I think it's called, something like that. It's like an RPG that they made.
yeah,
So
I have no
they are
desire to play
capable of
PvP.
making non-PvP games.
That's why I don't give a shit about Ash's
Yeah, we'll
creation.
just see. But I'm
Yeah.
worried about it, just like for the same reasons Renfell is. It's kind of like me and Ashes. Like I'm excited, but at the same time, it's a PvP game. So
I think even if there is PvP, it'll be like an opt-in kind of thing,
for
personally.
Ashes,
If they did it the way that New World did it, where PvP is 100% optional, then I will play the shit out of it. If it's
yeah,
a
I
because
good,
it
think that
does look really cool.
yes,
I think that's how it'll be because you
we're
know,
talking the Riot game, right?
Riot's a fairly forward, yeah, exactly. They're a fairly forward-looking company, and I don't think that they like necessarily subjecting people to experiences they don't want to have.
Not if they want the big dollar. You want dollar
It'll be
dollar?
really interesting to see what they come up with because I was really blown away by some of the newer games that they've been coming out with. Most of the art you see from like Necrit's videos, they're from their card game that they came out with, Legends of Runeterra, I believe it's called.
Oh right, yeah.
And so that's why I was blown away by it because the art is just so good.
Oh yeah, man, they're like top tier quality. Have they ever put out anything that was garbage?
No.
I
Well,
don't think
season
so.
2 of League was pretty bad.
Oh well, I don't know about that. I don't keep up with League, but overall, League is a super obviously successful for what it is. I'm
Yeah,
not a
well, they've
MOBA
made
guy,
plenty
but
of money off of me on it, that's for sure.
a lot of people play it too. Like I was surprised how many people, like EverQuest fans, actually also play the
Yeah,
game.
I just even that,
Um,
Dino. I'm just
Drac plays it, and
I
a bunch
can't.
of people.
I don't like to have to play that way.
I tried it, and
Like knowing
it
when
was
to
just
quit,
so
leave, and
toxic,
always
Dude,
have
dude. I was
this
like, you
options
know
pet's
for
gonna
what?
where and what. I just don't want that
that
level.
pet can two-shot one of those
I play
bats, I
games
think.
for enjoyment,
That's
not to be
crazy.
stressed, and that kind of stuff stresses me.
Yeah, I've been playing League since season 2 personally. I kind of resisted it at the beginning, but yeah, I mean, I like, I also used to play Counter-Strike back in the day too, so I have a variety that I like. I don't just play
I've never
MMOs,
played too
but
many competitive games. I played Dark Age. I used to love the Unreal Tournament games.
oh
I
yeah,
used to play
yeah,
the
those were
snot
great.
out of those. I was really good at those. And then after that, I played Gears of War. Actually, I played that very competitively. and that was it. I don't think I played anything super
What about Age
competitive
of
since then.
Empires? Come on.
Well, you know what? I never got into that too much because at that time when those were really big, I wasn't a PC gamer yet. EverQuest made me a PC gamer, and then I was into MMOs, so a lot of other
So you
games
played
came
Ultima
into play.
Online after then?
Well, no, technically I played Ultima Online first. That is true, but I didn't. I still wouldn't consider myself a PC gamer because I just played every once in a while when he was on. I thought it was pretty cool. Um, but it was the 3D MMOs where I was like, "Oh, this is crazy," you know.
Yeah.
EverQuest, which led me to Dark Age.
I'm gonna go AFK quickly for a bio.
Okay.
Ain't no time for
Then I
bio.
started being like, "Okay, I'm building my own PC." You know, that's when I started getting serious.
We're supposed to poop
Before
sock
that,
that, Kel.
my PC was in the kitchen on my little island counter. That was my desk. Like it was very
So
casual.
here's
Well,
how
how serious were you?
hardcore.
Did you get a cold cathode?
Did I what?
Get a cold cathode?
No.
I could
No.
say how hardcore I was during when Vanguard was out and we had been in beta for 18 months and we were playing constantly and we were top tier guild across EQ2 and Vanguard. This is before there were laptops that were capable of running, games at that level. So I literally, there was one point where I had a contract up the mountain and it was about a 9-hour drive. And what I would do is I would literally pack my entire tower system, monitors, everything into the back of my truck along with all my tools. I would drive up the mountain, set up in a hotel room, and I would work 10, 12 hours, or excuse me, 4 12-hour shifts, 4 12-hour days, and at nights I would come back and I would play and run the raids from the hotel room in my tower, and then I would drive back home and set it back up in the office. And I did that for several months.
Nice.
Just got to do what you got to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Back in the day, basically middle school onward, I was president of the tech club at my high school, and I would set up all the LAN parties. God, I miss those days. Those were so fun. All the old crappy beige computers playing like Counter-Strike and stuff. That was great. But I also ran LAN parties out of my garage, and I'd have about 8 or 10 people there on the weekends, basically every weekend through all of high school. My mom was quite nice letting me do that. But man, those were the days. I remember this one guy had a CRT monitor. It had to have weighed at least 100 pounds. It was just insanely massive,
Oh yeah.
and he brought
Yeah.
it every time. Probably broke a seat in his car. A little bit slower without the twink pet.
Yeah.
I tried to get another weapon, but I couldn't. No one was selling anything.
We're level 5 now. What level are you, Renfell? You're 5 too?
He is level 4
I'm
actually,
level 4. I'm not
which I'm
5.
surprised by.
I have a XP penalty because I'm a barbarian.
Ooh.
25% 25% XP penalty, I believe.
Oh my God.
Let me look that up again. Very, very
I'm
sure
surprised.
it's 25%. It might
They
be
should
lower.
give you
Hold up.
some night sight then. Good Lord. That's rough.
Yeah, it's
Chris,
bullshit.
you game
Every
balance
every
people from 99.
every race that can play a shaman has a penalty. It sucks. Um, let's see here. Shaman P99. It does because every single one of the races has to have a penalty. Okay, so it's actually 5%. Barbarians have a 5% penalty. Ixar have a 20%. Ogre have a 15%. Troll have a 20%. So I have a 5% penalty. It's not as bad as it sounded, but it's still kind of. What's the
Well, it's
benefit?
bad for me.
Crinkle asks, what's the benefit? Really good starting stats, basically.
Yeah.
In the case of an ogre, they have this OP ability where they can, they're basically frontal stun immunity, is essentially what it is.
Which
Hmm
is
And
crazy.
the reason
Yeah.
that's OP is because, like an ogre shaman is like the only class race combo, that can solo dragons. So I can do that someday in theory if I had the right gear. Because not being able to be stunned, you can basically cast, point blank,
Yeah, and Ixars,
not
you get
die.
the
You can
inherent
cast your torpor,
regen, so.
and that's pretty good too. I think if you had like fungi staff, fungi tunic, and you were like an Ixar, you could get up to like 48 HP regen per tick.
Okay.
I believe it is, which is, just insane for this game anyway.
Yeah.
Don't ask me how I know that off the top of my head. Played this game way too much. Oh,
Uh-oh, something hit me. Mommy!
Help me. 6.
You just dinged 6?
Almost about to.
So there's definitely more than a 5% penalty going
I
on.
also started. Well, I started into level 2 too because I was out killing stuff waiting.
Oh, so what
so
level's Kel?
I was like
Level
halfway into level
5.
2, I think.
Okay. So how far into 5 are you?
Just dinged.
Okay, so that 5%
so you guys are
yeah,
about
we're
the same.
almost about the same. Yeah, I was like concerned going. If Nathan's already 6,
Yeah,
geez, that's
sorry.
way more. That's a way more than a 5% penalty. Jesus.
I got my XP potion on too. I forgot to say that too. You have to send a DM to the to one of the developers of P99 for an XP potion.
If such a mythical item ever existed, they'd probably ban you for using it.
Yeah, better stop to ban me for even saying that.
All right, let's get some bats.
All right, which one? Is Kel back?
I think so. I don't know. He answered my question a second ago.
Sure, I'm definitely attacking the one he's on.
Yeah, I'm back. My son just had my attention for a moment.
Hey guys, I'm gonna just go AFK really fast for a bio.
Okay. Six.
Oh, I'll move, Chris. No, I'll move if you're gonna do that. Yeah. Yes, I know. It's because you put onion on the sandwich, so the whole office smells like onions. Thank you for the sandwich, though. Let me roll forward. What? Yeah. Gracias.
Should we grab that one, Kel?
Uh,
That bat.
yeah. is Ren.
I'm here. What do you need?
Could you cast an offensive spell on that there bat?
Oh, that or Batman. We gotta go out of Batman. We're gonna cast it on Batman. I'm gonna pull it
Oh,
in.
dang, I'm gonna get that bat right there.
I'm here.
I'm gonna resist, man. Get the thing on me, man. You don't wanna die.
Let's see. I'm gonna renew your guys' talismans just for peace of mind.
In the words of Maduros, help! Help! Get it off me!
Help me! Heal me! Heal me!
Do any of you guys use 4K monitors for this?
Nope.
No.
I do, but I run it at 1440. Or actually, I don't know what I'm running P99 in, to be honest with you. I never run games in 4K. I always do
Nope.
You're running it
40.
off of the install. It's 1080.
Then that's what I'm got. Mine's very janky, to be honest.
The only thing I run at
I'm
4K
afraid
is
to
my
change it.
only thing I run at 4K is my Xbox Series X. Everything else I just run at 1920.
Makes sense. The default textures, I mean, they really don't look any better at higher resolutions, but I've got some improved textures if you're interested that
I
look good
have
in 4K.
I have the one of the texture packs. I don't know which one. It does
The
look
one
really
that they
good.
link on the P99 site is like the improved Velius textures, but there's
Okay.
someone out there that created their own texture pack using AI to basically upscale the textures, and it looks pretty good if you're interested.
I think that's what I got. I'll have to look.
Okay.
So let me put it this way, because you probably know what I'm talking about. It doesn't exist now, but you used to be able to get the download for everything you needed for P99 from a video from
Yeah,
Joe
you're talking about
Leonard.
Joe Leonard. I
Yeah, and
power
it
leveled him
had
too.
it had it. Oh, nice! It
In
had
this
a
exact
texture
room,
pack
by
in
the
it,
way.
but I don't know which one. What'd you say? What was that?
I power leveled him in this room.
Nice.
On blue
Very
though. That was
nice.
on blue, but yeah.
He's a fun guy. I like Joe. His game's doing pretty good. You saw that? His game released and
Yeah, I'm
did
surprised,
really
honestly.
good.
It kind of made me want to try it.
It actually is addictive. I played it. I played it when it was before it launched. He got me in, and we streamed together. And it is addictive. It's got. It's hard to explain, but it's just fun. It's just fun, man. You
Well,
just
I
go
wasn't
out into
expecting it to
dungeons,
be
kill stuff.
multiplayer. That's the thing that got me. I'm like, it's
Yeah.
multiplayer? Wow, okay.
Now it's a weird kind of multiplayer because what is somebody's the group leader, right? And
Uh-huh.
they move you through the dungeon. And the only thing everybody else does in the party is they just a lot of battles. It's a dungeon crawler, and when you go into a battle, which is very often, you do your attacks. That's it. It's very simple. It's a very simple game, but there's something about it. It's a lot of fun. Get loot, go in deep into dungeons, get loot, kill some bosses, look for rares, go back to town, sell your stuff.
Hey, it's a
Get
proven
some new
formula.
abilities. Yeah, it's just fun.
Okay, I'm gonna make sure. I'm gonna rebuff the pet HP as well. Especially this twink one.
You have haste.
I do. I'm just running really low on mana at the moment.
Oh.
I'll get that going too. That's a good point. It's just this talisman takes a ton of mana.
Oh, I'm sure.
Hey Nathan.
Yeah.
I was also gonna say for your chat because I know at least one person was asking about the P99 guild.
Yeah.
The caveat to that is that not a lot of people are playing in the P99 guild outside of when we log in on Friday nights.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that there aren't people there that want to play. I have seen people ask, but the issue is you can't play P99 on a random schedule. You need to be able to set up static groups because
whoops.
it's just too impossible to
Sorry.
do it without a static group. So I would just urge people that if you want to play with a static group, you need to be proactive about saying, these are the nights I play, this is what I play, this is when I can play, and you'll be able to find people to play with you. But we do have a guild there It's most active on Friday nights when we're doing our multi streams. You'll often see half a dozen other people online at that time. But I know there are other people who have wanted to play outside of the Friday night sessions, but that requires other people organizing because I'm not going to be organizing stuff outside of our multi stream group. I got too many other things in the fire.
Right, yeah, me too. And to be
Gots to be
honest,
proactive.
our most active guild is 100% WoW Classic.
WoW
because
Classic,
we're,
baby.
We're
That's
prepping
it.
for Wrath, and so if you just want to play games with an active community where a lot's going on with us, then right now at this particular time, that is WoW Classic because we're playing it on fairly poop socking it.
Yeah, I mean we're up to 132 people in the guild for WoW Classic. It's more every day,
There's
more coming.
always people on, dude.
Yeah.
I was on late last night,
Yep.
leveling up my other character just in case Sparrow doesn't make it, you know. And dude, there was people on the whole time, talking and doing.
There's
stuff
usually
and sharing
20, 30
drops.
people on, I think, most nights. And that'll be at least through until after Christmas time. We'll probably take because we won't even be leveled up and ready to start raiding until the end of November. So more than likely, what we'll do is we'll get leveled up. The holidays will happen, and then once January comes, we will assess how many people do we still have who made it back from the holidays because we are going to lose people over the holidays, guarantee.
Yeah, good point. Yep.
And once we see who comes back from that holidays, we'll be able to start assessing who do we have for rating. But that's definitely where we're going to be for the next probably 6 months. Is WoW Classic is going to be the primary game. P99 is once a week. Vanguard's once a week. EverQuest 2 is once a week. Am I missing anything?
EverQuest on TLP.
Oh yeah, the TLP, which is mostly just our static group at this point. That's Saturdays and Sunday mornings.
So let me ask you this, Renfell.
Mm.
Since P99 rating scene is, in my opinion, very rough.
It is.
It's hot garbage. Just be honest, it's hot garbage.
Yeah, it's hot garbage. Yeah, it is. When we get to max level, which will take a long time, by the way, guys. But when we do, should we just like go to cool spots and farm for just cool drops and
There's
classic?
tons of like
Dude.
get a Fungi Tunic. That'll get some cheers.
We're
Yeah.
2 years out from being max level
Oh,
at
yeah.
this
Oh, yeah.
pace. I don't think.
But still, one day we'll get there because I don't
They'll-
plan on ever
well,
quit playing.
theoretically, they'll have the Lukeland
Panther
server.
won't be out.
They'll have their Luckland server out by the time we get to that point.
They will. You're not joking. It's a slow burn. It's a slow burn.
Have they actually said they're coming out? with
No,
it? I thought they
no,
were
that's
never...
a
Okay,
that's
okay,
purely
okay.
a myth.
It's a joke. It's a joke. But it
Thank you.
sounds legit to me. Sounds legit to me.
Just in case you guys didn't know this, levels 1 to 50.
I'm
once you
gonna
hit 50, you're
hold
half
up to interrupt.
60.
All right, never mind. The pet got it. I'm half health. That thing was beating the shit out of
shoot.
me.
You guys might have to fuss at me. I don't even know if I'm doing the right things, to be honest. I think I am.
Calming for sure. And if you've got any shaman gear, I will happily
Obviously, I'm
take
not.
it.
Just say something. I've been resting
yeah,
up
this
and
all
getting
seems
a
to be
few
going
hits
well.
in. Yeah, I think so. About to hit 7.
But honestly, there's so much to do outside of raiding
Right.
that. Here's
That's
a good
the thing,
example.
just
Here's a
going
good
and getting
example.
Cool drops.
Here's a good example. Let's say that Velius is the max they're ever gonna do. We could
Okay.
literally do the entire ring quest, the Coldane ring quest, or we could
Yes.
do the entire
Right.
Coldane shawl quest. Each one of those is going to take us 3 to 6 months just to run one of those quest chains at the pace
We
that
can-
we play.
Yeah.
We can pick quests now that we can chase after too. We have nothing but
Yes.
time.
Exactly.
I mean, you just got to think of it like this. We play 4 hours a week.
Yep.
That's
Yeah.
You ain't getting
that's not
shit.
crap.
You ain't getting
Right,
shit
that's-
done in 4 hours on P99. Like
Right.
Especially, well, and the thing is, if I'm doing 4-hour hunt solo, I hope to get 1 level up usually. So if you're in a group, you're not even gonna level up once.
no.
Probably.
We get about 3/4 of a level per session.
Yeah.
Sometimes less if we have a shitty pull or whatever the case may be.
When that happens, I don't know who would do that.
I don't know anything about that, sir. Or you have people pulling pirates on you because they're noobs, and then you die to someone else's fuck up, and
That happened to me the other day in Crystal Caverns.
yep.
It's
And
pretty
then
sad.
and if you listen to the hardcore crowd, they're like, "That's part of the charm of P99," and I'm like,
The
"You're so
charm. The
full of it."
charm.
That is exactly why I am so against the hardcore death penalty, because for the stuff that's out of my control. I was so pissed. All I did was get up and go pee, and I came back. We weren't in a dungeon. We're in a safe spot. No, I should not be
You thought
penalized for stuff that's out of my control. Rant off.
What do you mean you ran another? Oh, okay, I can fix that. Is that everybody notice that?
both
Do I need to fix the volume level?
Nathan needs to heal real bad.
Oh, yeah,
what?
I do. I'm gonna run over here.
Okay.
I would heal him, but I'm ohm.
Yeah, I think maybe I'll just take a
That's
quick little med break here because I've been low on mana for a while, and for emergencies, it'd be nice to have mana.
LOL trips. The charm.
I also, as part of those HD textures, I found this really cool mod that makes the mage pets look pretty sweet.
Ding 7.
Nice. That's a pretty good clip. I feel like we're making good progress.
Yeah.
The thing is you're all, you're really going to be atrophied. So
Yeah.
even after you get to like 20 plus, you're gonna probably have to go out and get stuff just to get your skills up.
So I'm trying to sneak in. And
All
get
right,
the
my
first
internet
six
just
in.
wonked out, so my
Well,
stream
yeah,
might be
maybe
crashing.
sometimes. It's good for me. Builds character.
The bad
Getting that bat first.
Yeah.
All right, if my stream invariably drops, it's because my internet is all over the place right now. So they're doing something to the wires again, to the cables. So if I disappear, you'll know why.
Okay.
Maybe they're installing fiber.
Yeah.
Fingers
Yeah,
crossed.
maybe. Yeah, maybe. One can dream.
Oh, that's right. I was gonna med. Well, here we are.
Canny.
I don't know if any of you know the answer to this. I'm going to assume the answer is yes, but just in case, are the epic weapons still guild locked on green? I would assume they are.
Guild locked? What does that
Anybody
mean?
know?
I'm
like certain guilds hold
Yes.
it down, and
Yes.
ain't no way you're getting
Yes.
it. Kind of
Yes. It is. Yes.
thing. Yeah.
I think it just comes down to which epic.
And since it's
Most
not
of the epics, relatively, the epics are generally fairly easy compared to some of the other things that are permacamped. Except for certain ones, like the mage epic is basically impossible to get.
And the other thing too is if this were a live server, you could literally say, screw the people who are trying to permacamp it, and we'll just take it as soon as it pops, and he who has the most DPS wins. But here, you have the etiquette of the top tier guilds that force you to go through them, and if you don't, you'll get banned from the server. So it's like, if you want to do your
Well,
epics, go do it on the TLP.
Yeah.
So they tried lots of different ways to handle it, and they haven't found any good ways. So this is like the newest iteration that happened. I think it was like a few years ago they started doing that.
Yeah.
It used to be whoever tagged it first, but man, that got really nasty really fast.
Yeah. Yep.
And there'd be all kinds of like monks pulling giant zones worth of trains on other guilds and things like that. It was really bad. It's too bad because the rest of the server is really great. It's just once you get to that, it's bad. I really wish they'd do some sort of like, I don't know, some sort of way to respawn raid targets for guilds when they're ready to do them or something like that. I know that will
Instancing.
never
That's
happen,
exactly how you solve that, is instancing. I know a lot of people
well,
hate it, but that solves all those
the
problems.
the trick for me is I like the shared world, so I don't necessarily want an instance. I want another copy of the raid target specifically.
Yeah, that's
not like a whole
what he
other zone.
means. I think that's what he
Okay.
means. That's what I mean when I say it.
No,
Like
that's
just the
so
raid boss. Instance,
everyone
just the boss. You
everyone
know?
always makes the assumption that instancing is talking about, oh, a private instance of the zone that's locked. That's one aspect of it.
Yeah.
Vanguard did what's known as golden mobs, which means you're in an open world environment. You get to the place where you need to do a boss mob encounter, and you can spawn your own version of that boss encounter in an open world
Perfect.
environment. And then if you want help, you can open that mob so that other people can help you, or you can lock it to your private encounter so other people can
Right.
watch you, but they can't participate. Instancing can be lots of different things. It's not negative the way a lot of people make it sound like, oh my god, it's
Uh,
so bad to have
I
instancing.
think Pantheon's got to do the raid
I really
bosses
hope that
have got to
Pantheon
be
does that.
instance. They
Yeah.
said that they're open to the idea, and they're just not at the point to make an announcement yet. But
Well,
dude,
they
they're
might be in
going
the
to.
same
They're
position where there's like it's like a loaded term, right?
Yeah,
So
it is. It is, and everybody freaks out as soon as they use that word. And it's like,
Yep.
but for raid bosses, guys, and here's what bothers me: a lot of the people who are mad about it, in my opinion, from what I've seen, from my point of view,
I love how you've
they don't
predicated that with
raid.
yes.
They,
And
they
I,
they don't raid. They don't even know what they're talking about.
I
It's like,
love
do you know how toxic it gets in an open world on a raid boss when you need it for a certain item for your class? Like
I'm,
it is nuts. It's nuts.
I'm
I
sorry.
think most of the raiders don't like doing what they're doing. There
Yeah, they
might be some
don't.
section of them that like they're in the dominant position, so they're okay with no lifing everything. But I think most raiders probably don't like it.
You made me laugh so hard. In my opinion, based on what I know, based upon what I was like, all of these, just in case. Like, I don't want to offend
Yeah,
anybody out
there
there.
are exceptions to everything, right?
Meanwhile, I just go
Anything
charging
somebody
in, and
says, but
I always just go charging in. I'm like, this is the way it is. Just suck it up.
yeah, it used to get ugly back in the day, dude. It still is on P99 because it's the old,
Yes.
preserved world.
So
So
here's
that's why you hear people saying like rating is so toxic or in P99 or blah blah blah. That's why, because it's the way the game is designed.
the other side of that argument too, Nathan, and I think I brought this up in one of my recent videos about player reputation is you'll have here's my favorite. You have a lot of people who have never rated who will make this claim. They will say, I want open world, but I also want people to respect my camps. If I'm there first, that's my camp. If I pulled the
Right.
mob, it's my mob. Respect my camp, respect my mobs. But those same people, when they get to an encounter or an area where another guild is there, where the raid guild is there, and they have perma-locked that encounter, or they are doing something that's blocking the other group from progressing, those same people who will make the claim, respect my camp, respect my mob, will then complain having access. So you have to
Of course they
instance
will.
things. You
Yeah.
have to instance things.
Yep. Now, Crinkle said something really good. Rare spawns should be first come, first serve. Raid bosses should be instance.
Absolutely. Anything well, there's a better way to word that, even crinkled. Anything tied to progression of a quest should be instanced in some
Yeah.
way. Anything that is
So,
open world content that has nothing to do with progression, it could be a free for all.
so I watched a video last night. I'm trying to do my research because I want to, at the very least, when Wrath comes out, I want to at least know what people are talking about, right? When somebody says something about something, I at least have enough reference to know what they're talking about. And I was watching this really cool video talking about rare mobs and like, actually, you'll like this, Renfield, specifically rare spawns that hunters want to get as pets, right?
Mhm.
They're super rare, and all the hunters would just, sell their left nut to get one of these. And the way they did it in Wrath, I think, is a really cool idea. It doesn't always spawn in the same spot. It
Nope.
always spawns in that zone. But like they were telling the story of like it's common for somebody to see it, and it is a rare spawn. So like, ooh, I wonder what loot it has. Well, a lot of those, not all of them, but some of those were designed for hunters to have as pets. They don't have cool drops. So like hunters will run up and some random freaking paladin or something just slaughtered a super rare that might take a week or a month to respawn just to see what it dropped, and he's just like crying tears because it was such a waste because they don't drop anything; they're just for hunters. Um, but that's how you do it. You make it to where it can't be camped. You can't camp those mobs. You can camp the whole zone, run around, but somebody could randomly find
Yeah,
it
so
before you do.
that's literally what I was designing into Saga of Lucemia was that exact system that WoW uses,
Yes.
where if you have an entire zone, there's no such thing as a placeholder mob. Everything's a placeholder mob. It's a dynamic spawn cycle, and all you have to do is program the mob to spawn anywhere at any point in time. There's no spawn timer, there's no spawn cycle, there's no placeholder. All
Yep.
you know is that the mob spawns in this zone. You've got to hunt the whole zone now. You
Yep.
have to literally can't and you can't camp the whole zone. You have to move around and maybe you
Yep.
don't get it today. Maybe someone else gets it because it randomly spawned in their place. But I'm a big fan of that because it gets rid of the it's my camp, it's my mob. No,
Right. Yep, and that's a huge philosophy that of Pantheon's design right there. Like we don't want it to be Groundhog Day. Same dungeon, different experience every time
whack-a-mole.
because of the
Well, and that's why
dispositions,
I
where it
like why they're adding
spawns.
the dispositions. Yeah.
Yeah, and the chance of mobs don't always, even boss mobs like world bosses, I should say, because those will be in Pantheon. There will be world bosses where they're just open, etc. I just don't think that's how they should do the main raid bosses. Um, but anyway, where they might sometimes be stationary, they might decide to start patrolling. Like it's, you know what I mean? Like a boss that you've went to the same dungeon several times. He was always in this certain spot, and then you go and he's not there, and you're just somewhere else, and here he comes around the corner. You're like, oh god, he's patrolling today.
Oh,
That's how
Crinkle,
you
that
make
is
an
so true,
interesting
bro.
world,
So true.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you
EQ2
what,
does that a lot, where they're patrolling scary, super scary things, and I loved it. It was the most exciting thing about that whole game.
they yes, EverQuest 2 did a lot of things right. I will also say this because if Pantheon doesn't instance things and they
Like
don't,
raid bosses.
yeah, if they don't instance those raid bosses and things like that, there's
They
a
will
lot of
later.
they will later, and in the meantime, until that point, there's going to be a lot of people in Pantheon who hate Renfail because he is going to be out there pawn stealing all your shit, and I'm gonna just look at you and go QQ when you tell me, well, I've been camping that raid boss for 3 days. Too bad. Should have been there with
Oh,
your raid
guys,
force on time.
I've got some story that has to do with that happened to me last night in World of Warcraft, where supposedly everybody's such big jerks. Okay, let me tell you what happened. So I was doing a quest where I had to collect these little pots off of the world. You know
Ooh,
what I mean? And
Spirit
so
Jaguar
anybody gets
sounds
one of
awesome,
those, it
Maduros.
disappears for everybody. You know what I mean? Um, and there was other people grouping, and obviously they're in the same spot, they're doing the same quest, so there's a little bit of competition over it. Well, this guy, I was fighting the mobs so I could get to the pot. He rushed ahead of me and got the pot while I was fighting the mobs. I was like, wow, that was a douche move. Well, then he ran into another group of mobs, and I was like, I could just run ahead of him and take that pot. That'd
And
be
you should
fair,
have.
But I didn't. I was like, you know what? I see he's dying. So instead of doing what he did to me, I'm gonna heal him and keep him alive, right? So I did. I healed him, and I was thinking like that was probably really stupid of me, but whatever. I'll wear the white hat today or whatever. This guy came and helped me. He stayed after that happened and helped me get to all the mobs and get my things after he was already completed.
That's a unicorn scenario, sir.
I know it's unicorn, but I'm just saying, good things happen even in the games where people are like the whole community's
The
toxic,
community
blah blah blah.
sucks. The community's
They're
so
not.
toxic.
Sometimes people are people, man. He was like, dude, that guy, I just screwed him over, and then he healed me, and you know what?
Now
That's
I feel
cool. I'm gonna
guilty.
help
I'm
this
gonna
guy.
go help him.
Yeah, yeah, he
Just be
helped me out.
thankful you've never seen Baron chats.
Yes.
Baron, yeah.
I'll be
I
the
tell you
first
what,
one to say I was that shit lord 15-year-old in Baron's chat. I'm sorry. I apologize.
it's been getting so bad in general chat in like EverQuest on the TLP recently that
Oh my
Helena's just been
god.
turning. It's so bad. It's either politics or religion, and most of the time it's politics, and you just have to turn it off. It's so bad. General chat is so
Oh
bad.
gosh, it goes into all kinds of crazy too.
Oh, that's cool, Maduros. They have a heal that
It'll
you
be.
can use on other players.
It's not like it's a political debate. It's like the weirdest.
My favorite from last night's raid was Monkeypox hoax theory.
Oh, so now we're getting into the Alex Jones territory.
Yeah, yeah. It goes from Alex Jones to super religious to. I mean, it's just like, oh my gosh, like I need a break from
You buy
even reading
InfoWars
this.
branded creatine, you'll be safe from monkeypox.
Oh, fuck. Oh, that was good. That was good. Just make sure to sip it with your InfoWars branded mug.
Yep, absolutely.
Your MAGA and your MAGA hat at the same time.
Brand Yeti.
Oh
That
man.
would wait.
I'm just gonna run outside and renew my sow.
Offensive spell that bat over.
Now,
I don't even see a bat. I'm so fucking
there
blind
is
in
one.
here.
So you're just blind. There is one. Hang on.
Oh, there it is. I had to run out. Oh my god. Yeah, it sucks being a barbarian. I've always been an elf, so I've never had to deal with this blindness
It's
thing.
bad, isn't it? It's rough, dude.
Okay, it's just a bat. It's just a bat.
I can't remember what level you get Ultra Vision.
Oh crap! I just grabbed another bat. Whoops.
Yeah, they got really
Be watching.
clunky, large hitboxes. It's easy to target the wrong one.
Okay, he's good. We clear these bodies out. It's starting to get too distracting.
Hide corpses all, baby.
Yep. So we have a good comment here about the conversation about the people guilds taking over areas, etc., or all that. What do you think about this idea? That's why PvP servers are better.
And that's why I hate PvP. Yeah, the reason
just fight over it.
Yeah, it's not an incorrect statement. Like
it is true. It is true.
Because it does keep that kind of activity in check.
Yeah, when somebody acts stupid,
But
okay, buddy, I'm gonna get
but
my guild. We'll
you
come
also
stop
have
you.
to deal with the trolls on a PvP server who will permacamp a spawn point and just kill you over and over and over and over because they can. Not because it's fair or not because
No.
it's moral or anything like
Or
that, but because they
challenging,
can.
right.
But because they
Yeah.
can. Because
Yep.
they can troll you and get away with it, and it gives them a hard on, and it's stupidity.
Yep. There's people who, and I was watching a guy do this last night. Just how YouTube is. I was playing WoW, trying to level up a guy. Had YouTube playing some videos, and it would just kind of pick the next video. Well, it went to this guy who would put on this gear that made him look exactly like an NPC, right? And he went to an area where they were, put it on walk, and just walked around with the NPCs. Well, then somebody eventually would accidentally tab them and attack them, which would trigger them for PvP, in which case he would beat the crap out of them and kill them.
That's actually kind of brilliant.
It's kind of funny, right?
That's trolly as fuck, but it's brilliant.
And there was a lot of funny because I started watching because it was super entertaining. But he tricked one guy and killed him right in front of another guy who had just sat down to like rest for get his health back and eat or whatever. Right in front of this guy. And then he was like, well, I guess that guy's not going to fall for it. And he started to run back to try to trick somebody else. And that guy ran up and hit him. He thought he was a knob. Like, he must have been, like, not looking at this monitor, you know what I mean, while he was resting. So, like, right in front of this guy, he tricked somebody, and then that guy fell for it, too, the guy that watched it. So that's just a good example. People will troll. They'll find a way.
Yep.
They'll find a way. People that
Hey, Nathan,
like to troll will troll. Yeah.
What does this Kobold con to? Is it still red?
It's white
Somebody
to
He's
me.
blue. He's blue to me.
Okay.
Oh, I've got clarity. Thank you, calming. Woohoo! Start working on my skill ups.
Oh yeah, that's great. That's gonna help a lot. Wish you could do candy while running. Yeah, I mean, as you guys gain levels, you should be able to start doing your melee more once you get closer to the level of these bats.
Yeah.
And then I can chloroplast you, so you have a little bit of like passive healing. You should be able to get your skills up.
I did forget how long it takes to level up skills here. I've been
Yep.
casting this stinking conjuration spell forever, and I finally just hit level 5 in conjuration. It's like, oh my god.
I actually think that like the early levels are slower,
Yeah,
and I
it
don't
does
know
seem
why
that
that
way. Yeah.
is.
Is it? Yeah. Actually, yeah. I don't know why.
So I mean, once you get it rolling, it should be okay.
Maybe it's because you're casting it on a lower level target. So as you level up and as your party does, you're casting on a higher level. Does that make sense? Is that maybe why?
I understand what you're saying, but I just don't. I can't confirm. I have no idea.
There's so many things in EverQuest that we accept as reality, but they've actually never been confirmed. You know, so many things.
They have like the math formulas for a lot of this stuff, like on the wiki, but it's just like such a pain to like comprehend. I
Yeah,
don't even bother.
yeah.
It's like, I has math?
I
No.
mean, there's formulas in there that are like paragraphs long for like, for instance, one that's like damage calculation, like melee damage calculation for your bonus, is actually way more complicated than you'd think.
Maybe that's why it's so hard to prove some things in EverQuest because it's just so complicated that everything's just technically true.
Well, and it doesn't help that it also depends on your class, what your damage bonuses are,
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
And there's also caps, all kinds of stuff.
You, Lucas? Somebody just came in the bedroom. Who is it?
This is my first time being on a stream. Am I famous yet?
Yeah, you're famous.
Woo.
Coming up with this pet idea.
I always say, I can make you famous. It just depends on the level of super chat.
Nathan, I was actually trying to super chat you the other day, but like my card expired, so I have to wait till I get a new one.
Okay, no problem, man, no problem. I'm gonna have to AFK for like just a few minutes, guys. Max,
Yeah.
maybe 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
So
This
work on my
bat is still chasing
heals.
me? Why does he hate me so much? Lord. I'm actually gonna chloroplast these pets. And oh, they're still hasted. Okay.
Level 8.
Rats.
Congrats.
Where you at, Ren?
I'm a smidge from a ding.
Nice.
So that 5%, it's not that big of a deal, to be
No,
honest
it's not
with
too
you.
bad. The XR 20% would be a lot
That's
rougher.
brutal, yeah, because I'd be losing a yellow bub every time you guys dinged.
I always wanted to roll a halfling warrior. 14% bonus.
Yeah, I think their overall bonus is 125%.
Oh, that's nice. I will say that is one thing in Pantheon that kind of bummed me out is I was kind of hoping more for hobbity halflings, you know? I like the hairy feet, what can I say?
I kind of like the halflings that they're going with. I like the gnomes and the halflings that they're going with, and I usually don't like those two races.
Yeah.
Such abrasive.
That's probably it. Is that I like the halflings so much in this game, but they do seem fun and interesting, like Lost Boys kind of thing. But I was so excited when I found out they were going to allow the what is the stone race called? Like the
Arkai?
Archai. When they allow Archai summoners. Once I heard that, I was just sold. That's
Oh
what.
yeah.
Yeah.
That was a good. That was one of the good ones. Now I'm kind of with Sparrow, the Scar Ranger. Although I do, hopefully Sparrow's not in my chat. She's gonna get mad. I do understand why they did it because I mean they're Scar. They're gonna be hunting. They're gonna be using bows. You know, they're gonna be rangers. You know, but I do
Were
kind
there
of
people
think
that were
some of the
upset about that?
abilities. Yeah, because some of the abilities are like nature tuned. You know what I mean? So it's like,
Oh, I see.
seems like Scar would be destroying nature, not like in tune with it. But everybody ignores the fact that they said that depending on the class, some of the abilities may be different depending on
Right.
your race. I
Race.
mean, I meant to say race.
Well, you have
So
to
I
keep in
think that's where
mind
that's
that,
going to come into play. I think
like
they'll
in
end up
EQ,
eating their
there's
pets.
often in EQ there's factions of good races that do bad things, things like that.
Right,
So
right,
there
right.
could be just this part of the Scar City or whatever that
Could be. Could
just
be.
does whatever they want. Maybe they
I
like
think
nature.
though, I think they're gonna make it'll be a nasty ranger. It'll be like you use the pet, and then after so long you build it up and then you cannibalize or something. I think it's gonna be a dark version of the ranger.
I'm excited for the Scar Monk. That's a class race combo I might play.
What's cool about the Archive Summoner is that they
Scar
get to like
monk.
pick an element that like is empowered. So if you've got like a pet of a certain type, I believe it'll empower it. I hope that that mechanic works. And I think that'd be really, really cool.
What's up, Persnickety and Fortnite Epic Games YouTube?
Is this Howler red to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Is Gragnar worth killing? King Gragnar? Yes, he is. This is probably a spoiler. It's a really, really good low-level camp. If you're level 35 to 40, you can camp him all day, and he drops this staff. It's a pretty rare chance, I think 1 in 20 or something, but it's worth 8,000 platinum. The staff itself is the only clicky item in the game that can build hate, like insta-clicky. So a lot of like monks will get it because, you know, if a monk is main tanking, they'll need a way to build hate fast. It's one of my go-to cash camps. If you can't tell, I like this zone a lot.
Is it your favorite zone? The whole game?
For low levels, yeah, and then I also like that specific cash camp as well, just because you can pretty much AFK it.
Yeah.
Which is nice, you know, if you're at work or whatever.
I'm gonna put this out for your stream as well, Nathan, because since we're switching over, you've pretty much already got a bunch of gear set up for from your paladin from your warrior paladin. My shaman's gonna be pretty nude, so I am accepting any and all shaman gear for a barbarian shaman for any of you who might be on P99 green and feeling generous.
I might have a weapon or two for you.
Cool.
Kel's AFK, just so everybody knows.
It's in bank though, so.
My ranger is fairly twinked, but this guy's coming into it cold. I did give him 500 plat, so at least I got my spells covered. I have cast 21 times and not gotten a single skill point.
What spell are you casting?
Just summon water. It's the only conjuration spell I have at the moment. And I'm only level 6, 23 casts, and I still haven't dinged level 7 yet.
Yeah, I'll just need help transferring my stuff. But Renfel's accepting shaman donations.
Yep, for a Barbie shaman.
Yeah, barbarian shaman donations.
I was gonna ask why you didn't roll the Ken shaman, you know?
Who?
Ken.
It
Oh.
sound like you said Barbie.
Barbie show. Why not a Ken? Well, technically this was a Ken, but now I'm a Barbie.
Look,
Hashtag me too.
I'm the Ken. Look, doesn't it look right? Look at my face.
Did you just assume my gender? I'm a big, strong barbarian. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise.
You guys send in pets?
And then I just got 2
Not
skill
dog.
ups back to back. That's fun. RNG for the win. Oh yes, ladies and gentlemen, RNG existed all the way back in 1999. By the way, anybody wants to summon water? Because I've got stacks upon stacks.
I'll take some. I don't really need it right now, but
Okay.
you just need to get rid of it.
Now I'm kind of curious
I
what
don't
my
even-
conjuration is.
I don't even have bags. I need to drop some of this stuff.
Well, technically, I believe there was a um there was a damage spell I could have gotten, but it was from the that shaman merchant who's off in the middle of nowhere in Everfrost, and I was level 1 and wasn't gonna run out there and grab it. Why can't I give this to you, Thamius?
Is it because I'm attacking? Do I have to quit attacking?
It doesn't give me any.
You're probably hating the bat box is like the target box art is like ridiculously large.
Come over here, Nathan.
All right.
Come over here into the dark corner. I got something for you.
I'm a little worried when a barbarian takes me into the dark corner of the cave.
All right, there you go.
Oh, that's right. I was gonna ultra vision you.
You are the perfect height. Thank you.
Practice my skills too.
Ooh, Calming brought me a mace. Calming's like Santa Claus year round.
Oh, your pet needs a weapon still. We just need to make sure we don't override the one pet.
Oh, I could give him my old one. There we go. Better than nothing. Is he using it? Oh, maybe it didn't work. Maybe the little crappy. Well, it took it out of my inventory. I don't know.
What kind of weapon was it?
It was
Like the
just a
starter weapon?
sword. Yeah, the little starter weapon.
I think it might not work for any character beside you. Maybe
Yeah.
I could be
Yeah.
wrong on that.
That makes sense. Oh yeah, now I'm getting some stats. Alright, that's all I can take.
Guardian mace. Actually, that's a really good weapon. What the heck?
Heck yeah, it is. Heck yeah, it is.
Wow, that's pretty good for a one-hander.
Heck yeah, that's what I'll be using on this character.
Calming is hooking it up. Nice. Let's see. Oh, you know what? Let's spice this up.
Why so spicy?
Me and Calming are engaged, that's why. She
Oh,
likes
really?
dwarfs. In game, she's like. She proposed to me last month. Are you guys on one? Is it this one that's right up in the camp?
There's one. Yeah, there's one attacking
Okay.
me. There we go.
There's a lot of bats here. Okay, let's get the next one.
fast can I get Alacrity out?
Oh, today was Wednesday, wasn't it? Isn't it?
Yep.
Not wasn't it? I got
Is.
sidetracked with the PL. I'm supposed to put the our D&D episode out today. Can I switch to another YouTube account while I'm streaming? It shouldn't change anything, right?
On a different tab, it should be okay. Yeah.
All right. Yeah,
I don't know, man. Is it okay? I don't know.
About to find out.
Yeah, I guess we'll know in a minute.
It's just gonna depend on how they handle their session.
Should be fine because
Yeah.
I'm using a stream key to stream, so it shouldn't.
Oh, you're right. You're right. That's
Yeah,
right. That's
shouldn't
right. Yeah,
change
because you can
anything.
close. I forgot. You can completely close the live streaming tab, and it's fine. You just can't see chat or whatever, or any of the stats. It was the Bat Apocalypse.
There's a lot of bat bodies over here. Got a howler for you guys. Man, I actually look pretty cool as an Earth Elemental holding a shovel. I like it. I dug myself up.
Anybody know what kick isn't working? I can't figure out. I'm trying to remember. Do I have to be a certain level for kick?
No, you have to
You
be
have to train it.
close enough.
Oh, I
Yeah,
have to
you'll-
train it. I bet. Yep.
Yep.
That's
It's level
what it is.
5.
Is
I
your
think.
weapon skill going up? I'm hoping it is. 'cause
It is.
I
It
might-
is.
Okay, good.
And so
I
I'm
think you
getting,
might have to train that too. So
and I like getting hit a few times too because it brings up my defense. I'm
I just
still
didn't want him to
taunting and
cast
all that.
a nasty spell on you because he's a shaman.
Yeah.
Hit me, daddy.
Oh, you know, I'm gonna alacrity you. That way you can get your skill ups faster.
I thought they do. Yeah, paladins get kicked. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, we do.
You get
Oh,
shield
spell-
bash.
oh,
and
we
all
got
that.
an enchanter here. I forgot. I don't need to cast haste anymore.
Yeah, I gotta
Nice.
get a shield at some point. I've got one on my other character though. Start working on bash.
Calming, are you keeping haste on the pets as well? Especially the one with the staff here?
I'm not 100% sure she is in a stream or not. She usually is.
Okay.
I think she's usually listening to mine, but
Yeah, there's a delay, so might take her
Okay.
a second. I'm casting swift like the wind on everything, she says.
Okay, cool.
is AFK. Pissy from that you got yours so quick. Chat is much more lively and address more issues than, let's say, the official ones. Keep it up, brother. Yeah, man. Thank you, Raish. Thank you, chat.
I'm gonna pull a named. I keep my distance so that he doesn't hit Renfell.
Ooh, Mighty Bear Paw. Okay, get the pets on it. We ready?
Yeah, I think we're ready. He's got I put my good slow on him, so he should be very slow. Look how slow he attacks. God, shamans are so good. That's a good 5 seconds between swings, I think.
I love this model.
Looks like a hulked out beaver.
Yeah. I'm working out.
Oh, we got an ad. Get him. Yeah, back in the day, I think it was on a stream actually. I was power leveling Joe Leonard, and someone trained like the entire zone of kobolds on us. Stream sniping, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
That happened one time to us as well. In here, actually. But it was definitely by accident.
This zone's well known for its trains, but it's different when it's on purpose. It's personal. I almost saved him too. I tried to mem up my like AE nuke because I was on a mage. I almost saved him, but not quite. Here, let me root him. There's this armor that the king drops. He's the only one in the game that drops it. It's called Cold. I believe it's called Cold Iron. It looks really, really cool, but unfortunately, dwarves can't use it. But it's like a dark bronzy color. Kelske
Cool.
could use it, and
Oh, nice.
it's cool because it's a very unique look. You don't. I always like when I see whole armor sets that look unique like that. Fortunately, I don't have a full set yet. Otherwise, I'd give it to you. I watch Asmongold from time to time, and
Yeah.
he always talks about the how everyone just rushes to max level to get to where the game starts, all that.
Yeah.
And I've been trying to think of ways in which you could solve that problem. That's why I'm such a big proponent of the whoops, I just accidentally attacked a bat. I'm a big proponent of the progeny system, but I do see why some people might find it annoying.
Yeah, and it will be in the game. We just don't know if it'll be in launch, and we don't know what it's going to look like in its final form. But I think, honestly, just the general way that the gear system works and the way bosses are going to work and the weather system and acclimation, all those kind of things, like where Joppa was like, hey, you can rush to the level in Pantheon, you know what I mean? You'll suck, but you can. Then you'll struggle to do anything because you won't have the appropriate gear to go do the things. You know what I mean?
Not
So you'll
even
still be out in the world exploring and trying to get the drops and stuff like that. So I think that's a fairly good start for it to
perfect
try to
example
combat that.
is what we're doing right now because my
Yeah,
skills my skills are going to be so far behind because we're being power
true.
leveled, which I'm willing to accept that because I have
Right.
the time to self cast and level up my abilities after the fact. But I will be very far behind in terms of like being because if I try to cast level appropriate stuff at level 25, it's just going to be a fizzle fest.
Yep. Yep. That's right.
That's
Until
kind of
you
what
skill it
got
up.
me thinking about it, actually.
Scaling up will be another thing in Pantheon too. So
I was trying to think about ways you could solve that. There's, progeny, but I kind of had this thought, and let me know what you think. Maybe you just have it so that there's no levels. Like there's just no levels,
Oh,
and what
I
you
can
do is
I can speak to this, but I'll let you finish. Sorry, go ahead.
the whole thing is like the way you power up your characters, you find items, and then maybe you can level up those items, but it's like very limited in how much you can level them up. That's kind of what I was thinking. That way, it's always about finding the right set of gear to progress, and no one's thinking, "How do I get to endgame?" Because you just start there, right? That would be the idea.
So the previous title that I was working on for a long time was a skill-based, no class, no level game, and that was exactly how we eliminated all of the issues with experience points and vertical progression. Now, there was still
Yeah.
some vertical progression because people want to progress their abilities, their
Yeah.
skills, but when you have around 1,000 skills that players can choose from, and there are only a certain amount that they can take to max because of different caps and so on and so forth, you give players a huge array of options. And because everything was based off of successful use of skill, if I sat here spamming an ability against this mob as an example, and I wasn't landing any attacks, I would never be able to level up that ability. So the only way for me to get any practical experience, the only way for me to practically level up my abilities is to use them on progressive based mobs, which is tied into the vertical system, but it's also horizontal in the sense that it's fleshing my character out and across all of these abilities. But it also got rid of the whole needing to go camp things, if that makes sense. Ball
when it
successful
comes to
use.
skill too, and I think you might have had a system like this in your game, Renfell. I'm assuming anyway. UO did it right. Ultima Online,
Yeah, I was
where
gonna say this sounds
you
like Ultima Online.
yeah,
Hmm.
you only had so many
Yep.
you could use. So then you'd have to be like, okay, you know what? I've changed my mind. I want to skill up maces instead of swords. So I'll tell my thing as I'm leveling up mace to level down my
Yep.
sword.
Well, the
You
way
know?
we did it was you would just basically decide to abandon a skill, and you would
Okay.
then you would be able to pick up another one and start leveling up the new one. The old one, if you
Okay.
decided to go
Super
back
similar
to
then.
it, yeah, the old one, if you decided to go back to it, we would have something that was known as muscle memory. So if you decided to re-level up an
Hmm.
ability a second time later on down the road because you changed your mind again, you could do that and it would level up faster the second time around
Interesting.
because you had muscle memory from it.
So see, muscle memory feels that's kind of the direction I feel like they need to go with the progeny system, right? Where it's like, hey, I'm playing another mage class. I have some muscle memory, so it'll be a little faster. I don't know, something like that. It seems like they could do without breaking the game.
Sorry to sidetrack real quick. Ganluck with your character, or Galluck, as I pronounce it,
Gallic, yeah.
you don't have to run out to cast Spirit of the Wolf.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just cast it on myself.
Oh, wow. Okay. How did I not know that?
I guess they treat this as an indoor. Not to sidetrack. Sorry there.
Oh no, it's all good. Yeah, what got me thinking about the idea of like making it more about the items is because Pantheon has the different environments, so you can easily make it so like certain items, right, are better in certain environments. It kind of makes it's more of like a horizontal progression kind of thing, and I kind of like that idea.
Yeah.
Also, if you've ever played Path of Exile, they have a similar thing where your like skills are actually items and you level those up. You could do something like that as well. But it
Yeah,
kind of
and
gets
Dark
rid
Age
of class
Camelot had that
identity.
too.
Yeah.
Dark Age Camelot
It-
had it to where your epic gear, you had to level it up. So you go back out in the world and you were leveling up again. And there's bonuses and it would shift for different areas. So it would get people in classic zones, it would get people in dungeons where, and it would just shift around depending on, and so all the high levels would go wherever to level up their epic. And it would unlock a proc after it got to a certain level, or it would unlock a passive or whatever. I thought that was pretty good. I like leveling up epics. I think that was a good idea.
Oh, something else I meant to say earlier when you guys were talking about instancing, and I just never got it out, is that even P99 has some instancing for like certain parts of EverQuest and stuff. So it wouldn't be that much of a jump for them to make the change.
Does
But they'll
it
never
really?
do it.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, like certain turn-ins for EverQuest will like spawn a mob or something like that.
Oh, true. Okay, yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why
So
I
it's
always
really
go back to when people. And this is the classic example. Like everybody likes to make fun of when Blizzard said, "You think you want it, you know." Or, it's like you think you want it, but it's just that's when people say you think you don't like instancing, but you've actually been playing with instancing for 25 years. You just didn't realize it.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
thought you didn't like it, but guess
Well, I
what?
think a lot of the confusion comes from like the fact that it is an overloaded term, and I think a lot of people think of okay, instancing, so I get a whole copy of the zone
A
to myself or
dungeon.
something,
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is the problem. They ought to just make a new word for it when it's not that, to be honest.
I feel the
Sometimes
same way
words just
about
get
the term MMO
niche.
itself.
Oh, true. The word niche is another word.
Oh,
that,
I have a
like,
video
because of
coming
the-
out about that one, Nathan.
Because of the term and how people think what it means, Pantheon wants
Just
to
wait.
avoid the word.
Just
it's
wait.
It's not the philosophy they're avoiding. It's the word.
Just
you
wait.
know?
I have a Pantheon related video coming out that specifically talks about niche. It's gonna be
Brad
fun.
McQuaid was all about it.
Oh,
Dude.
just
I'm
wait.
saying.
Just wait. Just
Yeah,
wait for the
okay,
video.
all right,
It's gonna
all
be
right,
good.
all right.
It's gonna be good.
Well, I do think to an extent his original vision was probably a lot smaller than what they're doing now.
Oh,
Originally,
total.
yeah.
I could speak to that because I was there for the Kickstarter and the earliest days of things. It was such a different game than what it is today. It was.
Oh, from the Kickstarter, it actually isn't the same game.
Yeah, the
Not at
Kickstarter
all.
was literally EverQuest 3. That's
Yeah,
literally what
yeah.
the Kickstarter was.
Yeah, and it was going to be, he had a way lower scope with the, what were they called? The planes, or it wasn't planes. What was it? Was it planes? Is
It
that what
was
he's calling them?
like dimensions or something. I forget
Dimensions,
exactly.
right,
Yeah.
right. He had a word. I can't remember what word. I think he avoided the word planes because of planes power, etc. But yeah, it was totally
With like the
different.
different realms colliding or whatever.
Even the sacred Ten Commandments as they're revered of his design philosophies, that he was like, here's the rules, we don't break these, right? The tenets. Those were created after the Kickstarter, as they were designing what Pantheon is today. And none of those have been broken so far. I don't think they will be.
It's changed a lot, but I guess I'm lucky in that I like the direction it's going, so I'm not too bothered by it.
The changes, though, are things that Brad said, I would like to also put these in the game, but I don't know if it's possible, and I don't want, to bloat the development. But as things have happened, technology's changed, those things have become possible. So, Boats is in there too. That was part of his original, and now that's official. That's going to be in it.
Boats, yeah.
Yeah. But a lot of people with the boats or the climbing. There's another one where people are like, "This they changed the vision." No, they didn't. You can go back and hear Brad talking about that in 2016. That he
Climbing's
would
not new to
love to do it.
MMORPGs either. It's like
Right.
that's been around since EverQuest 2.
Well,
It's
and the way they're doing it, it's brand new. Nobody's done a Breath of the Wild climb anything, and that's never been done.
That was always a shock to me that they added that in, but it does look fun.
Yeah, it is fun, dude. I played it, and it changes every. You just have no idea what it changes everything. Their
I
design of
Well,
dungeons, the way you think when you're crawling
I
around,
can
dude, it
also
changes everything.
speak to what Elliot is saying. I remember the world was called something different back then, and that's because Tony was the one who created the world and the lore and everything else around the original game. And then
Mm-hmm.
when Tony left, along with myself and a bunch of other people during the first thing that happened, when that first team left the project, it was that's when things had to change just so that there wasn't
Yeah,
any
Justin's
hiccups.
doing all the lore now, and he
Yeah,
did
it's a
all of it.
complete
Yep.
it's an IP related thing. If you have someone who's no longer with the project and they created all the lore,
Right.
it's
Unless they leave the rights to do
unless
it,
they
like
leave the
a
rights. I
design
can speak
document.
to that
I would
one.
like to. I'd like to throw that one out there.
I can speak all about that one.
Oh man.
man, there's all kinds of secret details here I'm dying to know about.
Oh, there's no
Oh,
secrets behind that one. There
that's
was
not a secret.
for
Yeah,
like
we
a
can talk all
year and a
about it.
half for like a year and a half, the Embers Adrift team kept their mouths silent and made it look like I took the rights to Saga Leucemia and ran and took my toys and left the sand pit and was like, nah, you can't doing it. And I kept telling people in public, I was like, no, they have the rights to make the Saga of Leucemia MMORPG. They have had the rights since the beginning. They still have the rights. They willingly chose to rebrand, and I can't tell you why. And then they finally, I think it was like March or February or something of this year, they finally came out and said, yeah, we still have the rights, but we just felt it was better to make a better game, blah blah blah. Um, but it was just made me laugh that they finally came out and said, yeah, we actually do. And I'm like, see, everyone who called me a liar for a year and a half, I told you, they have everything. Sometimes people choose to do things for strange reasons, but
So this is a good subject too. Like, there's two ways you can do a indie, small team release, right?
mm,
You can release it in a bare bones, like, hey, it works, it is what it is, and we're gonna update over time. The problem with that is what oftentimes happens with MMOs, specifically this genre, is people come in, they judge it completely by what's there, and they're like, "There's not enough here for me. I like games with more depth," and they're gone, and they never
Well,
come back.
I don't even think that's just MMOs. That's just games now. People's appetites for early access, early stage things is going down and
That's a
down and
good
down.
point. That's a good
well,
point.
not. I actually would speak to the opposite because games like Valheim have come along and shown people what is possible with a small five-man team. And if you
Oh
don't,
yeah.
if you don't create something to that level of fidelity with an indie project, everybody goes, well, "What the fuck? Your game's a piece of shit. Like, I don't want to play your game. You've only got
Yeah,
these 5 features in it. You need to have 50 features."
the bar is going to continue to be
Well,
like
Yeah.
to
dude,
go up
dude,
So
too.
there
Unre-
can be
uh, Unreal 5 in
wins.
particular has opened the door for dev devless games, and I need to explain that phrase. Devless game, meaning you no longer need a huge art team to do all the shading design and all the lighting design and all the shading program and lighting program and all the optimization shit. Unreal 5 does that out of the box. So we have now sped up development time, increased the visual fidelity of games, and decreased all of these necessities to get a game shipped and have it be feature heavy while also being art heavy, which means it's going to just raise that bar for what people consider to be an acceptable standard of minimum quality for an MVP. So you're going to continue to see that bar being raised, which is going to make it difficult to impossible for any sort of indie teams to come out with products that don't at least hit a minimum standard, unless, and this is the caveat, unless you have made it abundantly clear that what you're shooting for is a, like, let's use the tiny home example. Lots of
Okay.
people use tiny homes these days. Elon
Hmm.
Musk lives in a tiny home. A tiny home is not a big thing. It's a tiny home. It has minimal features. It's living minimalistically. It's living with the bare minimum of necessities possible. And if you can get people on board with that, like Path of Exile did when it first launched, that is the perfect way to go from ground zero to a multi $100 million company, because the people understood that what they were buying into was an early access slash bare bones minimalistic product that was going to be added to over time. But if you promise a whole
Yeah.
bunch of features and then you scale back and say, oh, well, we ran out of money and we can't do that, and so we just got to ship it and get it out the door because we need to make, yeah, that's when you get burned and people are
That's a
going to be like,
disaster.
screw
And
you,
that's
bye
what's
bye.
about to happen. And I'm allowed to say this. I can say whatever the hell I want. Embers Adrift is doing that. That's what they're doing.
Oh,
They just got to release it now, and I don't know all the what I don't know the situation they're in, etc. But for whatever reason, they're hell bent on releasing this year, and there's no way they know that that's a good idea for the longevity of their game. No way that they believe that. The numbers aren't showing it. The reaction from people is not showing it. The nothing is indicating they should do that, except for something internal must be happening, because no other reason I can think of that they would do that.
There's an ABBA
I do
song,
want
I
to.
think, that speaks to that.
Okay.
What's it called? Money, money, money.
Oh, probably. But that's the only thing I can think of. Somebody's talking about an issue with the way they're doing Pantheon's development. I agree with this. We've got good comparisons in this community now. So the release them one class at a time, and it's like good to go up to a decent, chunk of the game. Um, I would also prefer that they just get the very base of all the classes in pre-alpha, and then let us give them feedback, and then build it around that. And yeah, like Paladin may only be able to do a couple of abilities, right? Uh, he might be awful, but whatever. He's playable, and I can test what is there, and they can
yeah.
use that data. I would way prefer that they do that. But for whatever reason, their team and the way that they are doing it and coding it and etc., the way they're doing it now works best for them, and they swear it's the fastest way for them and their team currently, right now. Things could change, but for now, that's the way they
Well,
want to do it.
Well, I can also
I
say
do
that
think a big.
there's.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say a big part of that too. I think is just the fact that they didn't have pets in the game, and so many of the classes
They
have
couldn't.
pets.
Yeah, they couldn't
Yeah.
because of the network stack. Yeah.
A good example of this is just to look at like some of these tabletop games that have come out over the last few years from companies like Ghostfire Games and stuff, where they will come out with a base module that has, say, 7 classes in it, right? That'll come out with their source book. They launch that, they do a successful Kickstarter, they get it out the
Mm.
door, then they come back later on. Like the dungeon dudes are doing this right now. They just have a second Kickstarter coming out for the Drakenheim uh, world that they have. The first thing they did was the source book Kickstarter, and it did well, and they launched, and that was the source book plus the campaign that featured, I think, levels 1 to 12, based on the original live stream campaign they did like 3 or 4 years ago. The new book that just came out on Kickstarter is all literally bonus classes that they're adding to the game. So it's not even new content per se. It's just a lot of new classes and new backgrounds and everything else. But the update is literally a class-based update. And there's no reason that an MMORPG can't do that where they launch with 5 classes or 6 classes. And because we've seen MMOs over time have launched, oh, this new expansion comes with 1 class or 2 classes. You could have an update that doesn't include content. It just includes a new 10 classes. And that would be an acceptable thing for many people. But it just takes a company being willing to do that as opposed to content, because most people want to be able to consume content, and therefore that's the number one thing that comes out with expansions.
Yeah. I do hope that Pantheon does pay, which they are obviously aware, but you don't always have to do more levels. You know what I mean? With an
Well,
expansion.
something that I was keen on doing was um, taking old world content, taking an old world zone as an example, and just adding new quests to the zone and adding new mobs to the zone. So you can just revamp the zone, and as controversial as Cataclysm may have been for World of Warcraft, Grants, the one thing they did that was interesting from my perspective was they reshaped the world, which allowed them to restructure the existing continents to provide players with new content in the same zones, except that they took it to the next level and actually redesigned the zones. Um, you could
For that
actually,
Cataclysm?
yes, you
Yeah,
could,
it was a good idea.
yes,
They fumbled, but the world restructure and all that, and like the damage from whatever that dragon's name, can't think of it right now. That was cool. That was a great idea. It was the changes they made to the
classes and
structure
stuff.
of the game,
Yes,
and that really everybody was mad about that I'm
correct.
aware of.
Because if you do that, if you're just restructuring zones, it's horizontal progression all over again because you're keeping the same zones. You don't have to do any new world building. All you do is add new mobs to the game. I think Lord of the Rings Online has done a good job of that, where they've added new areas to existing zones to where it's not really world building per se because they're not building new zones. They're just carving out a new section in an existing zone and adding a new camp in there with a new quest hub, um, which is an
I think that's
interesting way
key
of
to
doing
making
things.
worlds feel populated over time, and adding content. Because
Yep.
like what EverQuest did, they just kept adding zone after zone after zone, where it's like you'd be lucky to run into someone, after a while.
It's true.
And
How
I
many
never understood
zones
that.
did we find out there was?
500
200 or
ish,
something?
I think.
Or 500
300
something?
ish,
On
500
live,
ish.
on live, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I really hope that Pantheon goes down that route. It doesn't necessarily make a lot of sense from the lore perspective, but I guess they can, they can massage that however they want. But
Exactly,
just to have like a
personally agree.
new dungeon suddenly open in the middle of a field,
Zones and questing were
weird.
great. It was the simplification
Yeah,
and
and
dumbing down
because
of the
Pantheon did
classes.
kind of keep that, like all the races came from another existence kind of thing, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? Man, they have infinite possibilities for what they want to do with expansions. Like, there's no limit with that kind of lore. You know what I mean? You don't have to say, oh, we found a new continent, or you don't have to do any of that. There's so much they can do. We could go back and see, like, where the Archaea came from, where each race. You could literally go through each race and make expansions for decades just on that, and that's the crappiest of the ideas they could do,
Yeah. Because I mean, and I think climbing actually helps with this too, and because things are
Yeah.
more vertical. But if you have
Yeah.
like centralized areas where even if the amount of space is going up over time, if you've got the right centralized areas where people are crossing paths, it still feels populated,
Yeah.
I think that's
Yep.
key.
Yeah, and you know what? Caves feel more like caves. You know what
Watching
I
my
mean? Like,
bit rate go up and down right now, ladies and
you're
gentlemen.
not
So
just
they may be
running
doing
through
something
and
with my
going down a
internet. So if I
ramp
go
and up a
dead,
ramp. It's
that'll be
like
why.
you're climbing around. You're actually like exploring this place. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like what if you really went in a cave. Like, you wouldn't just be. It wouldn't be all hollowed out all perfectly. You know what I mean?
Do you guys follow the Monsters and Memories project at all?
Nope.
The what project?
Monsters and
Monsters
Memories.
and
Monsters
Memories.
and Memories. I do. Yeah.
Yeah, there was an interview on there a while back with someone who designed some of the maps for EverQuest, and
Yes.
they were talking
Yes.
about how they had to like put in the vertices of every like corner on every zone, and then they had to like compile it for days to like build the zone out. I was just shocked by that.
There's
I,
a
I think given that,
documentary.
that's pretty amazing.
There's a documentary from 10 years ago or so that actually some of the devs actually are on an interview talking about how they would have to run. I think in some cases it would run for several weeks to
Yeah.
render a zone, and if it fucked
Wow.
up in the middle of it, they would have to restart the whole process.
Oh.
And I mean, I'm pretty sure it was around 3 weeks of time for some of the bigger zones, which is
Jeez,
just
man.
ridiculous when you think about the render time.
I mean, I really think that what they accomplished, given that constraint, is pretty amazing.
That's the definition of just leave it on overnight. Just
Yeah.
don't touch that computer over there in the corner.
Yeah.
Make sure it has its own generator. Like
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to do it on your power circuit, that's for sure.
no, 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 no.
Kelsuke went AFK.
I think so, yeah.
We do have time. Oh yeah, we got time still. It's a little bit slower than I had hoped, but I was only planning originally I was only thinking it'd be just one person, so where are you now? Level 10? That's not too bad. It might take 2 sessions, we'll see. The one thing that I dislike about Shaman is they don't get invisibility until level 29, I believe. Kind of a pain. Well, now that you're hitting things, maybe I'll load up a strength buff for you.
Okay, yeah. I'm getting some shots in now.
Sound is off for a minute, guys, because I'm listening to a video. Excuse me. All right. It would be nice if they did a Cata Classic, but without the class changes per se. He says, I think it was mentioned as
I
an
was running over to
idea
buff you guys the other day
by
when you were at the
Ion in
Sarnak
an
fort,
interview. Could be. It could happen.
and
We never
right
know.
as I got there, you're like, you guys were decided to go get spells.
Oh yeah, when Sparrow
Got
died, yeah.
wrecked. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, we're done here. Moving out.
Info was just ready. He was ready to get to Everfrost.
Hey, I've
Well,
been trying to get us
I
into
mean,
permafrost for like 4 months now.
permafrost is amazing XP.
It
It's just
is.
once you get to a certain point, it's kind of like there's this weird spot where like it's the flag room. It's kind of hard to break,
That's the
and
issue.
then
So on
yeah,
P99, um, the issue was that when we went in.
Oh, I'm about to die.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Get
you
out of here.
are. Heal, heal, heal. I've always just gone there at level 14, level 15, and I'm fine with that. Um, but it's hard at level 14, 15. Like you're only gonna get like the first like 8 to 10 mobs before you hit the wall of that flag room where everything's 20 plus, and so you can only pull those mobs, and you're gonna get quite a few reds, which can be a challenge. And the issue is
yeah,
because our group was had like a little caster heavy. It was making it sort of difficult to impossible to really do the camp because the spellcasters just can't land on red mobs. So the decision was made, okay, well, we'll just back out and do overland until everyone has gotten to the point where we actually have, mallow and tash and other things to help us overcome that barrier of entry. And now that we've got to level 24 and everyone's got like their first round of major spells, oh yeah, it's time to go back. We're going to take that
Yep.
flag room, we're going to the
Nice.
preacher and archaeologist room, we're going to camp that shit, get the weight reduction bags, and then we're going to camp the king room and oh yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun.
Well, and Permafrost has some of the best XP on P99 as well.
Yep.
So
And it's time. It's time
Good
for a
stuff.
dungeon. We've been overlanding for like 3 months. It's time to go do some dungeons.
hey, he's back.
Only partially. I'm pressing attack when I can.
I think Kel said he came home because he wasn't feeling good from work today. So
Yeah.
Okay. It wasn't a fake out. I don't feel good.
gotta go home and play P99 all day. I'm quote unquote sick, Masters.
This is a real I don't feel good.
He's actually bio, guys.
Honestly
Bio.
considered bringing a laptop with me, but not gonna go to that level today. Today is the key word there.
Yeah, today. Yeah.
Today,
If this
right.
was TLP and he's paying a subscription for it, he might.
Oh, you're damn right, buddy. One of those marathon days we did, of course.
Look at the weapon I'm using. Good one. Shovel's like 12 feet long, but it's worth it.
Pimper Stick, and he says, I can't imagine how that would work though, since everything is balanced around the changes. Yeah, I don't know.
Renfell, did you want to get your melee skills up at all?
Not right now. I'll worry about it later.
Yeah.
I'm literally just um, chain casting, trying to get my conjuration up at the moment, and then I'll switch over and do my alteration, and then I'll switch over and do my evocation, do everything except for divination.
Nathan, you need to tell your pet to attack.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
yeah.
bad, my bad. I'm not used to having a pet, my bad.
No worries.
To answer your question, if this character goes anywhere, I probably will use two-hander. Yeah.
Do you want to borrow one for while we're in here?
Sure, if you got one.
Sure. It's a blunt, unfortunately. I'm sure you probably want to do slashing, but
Cool.
Ooh. Just give me a bag.
How do monks do with two-hand weapons on P99?
Well, when
They
you
use
get up
them.
in the
That's their
morning
primary
and you
damage
pull it
source.
out,
The
wasn't
best
sure.
monk weapons are
Will-
two-handed. I think you'll be hard pressed to find a monk that uses one-handed weapons unless they're like, epic or have some like uber raid gear.
Yeah.
I think most people use T-staff.
T-staff is the one with the book on the end of it, right? Or T-staff is the tranquility staff?
Tranquility staff.
Okay.
I think it's like 3940 or something like that. So that's like probably the most common monk weapon, or the one that most aspire to, unless they're really hardcore. There's this weapon that I really want to get. Unfortunately, they're like 20,000 plat each, but you can dual wield them, and they cast a 150 damage nuke at level 1, and you can dual wield them on a monk at level 1. I always thought that'd be so fun. Oh, that's right. I was gonna get some buffs out for you now. Let me see. All right, that should make you a little bit stronger.
Deafness, furious strength, and agility.
Heck, I can probably do it to the pets too. Why not?
I think divination is the invisibility spell. I think. I don't think I have any divination spells yet.
Is it that bard again? Yeah.
Yeah, it is. He's probably just factioning up. Okay, pulling. Gosh. Do you guys use Gina at all?
Yes.
The Gina life as a shaman, my entire like right half of my screen is covered with Gina timers right now.
My favorite sound effect is for the dragon fears. It does the Wilhelm scream.
Does it?
Mine does, yeah.
Bro, these are our bats. What are you doing, man?
Hey, dude.
That is something
I
I'm
mean,
very glad they nerfed on live.
I remember back in the day when Lukeland came out, there was this one spot in Paladin Caverns where you could go up on this little hill ridge and like play your damage song, and nothing could get to you, and the things would just path back and forth while you kill them.
Nice.
Obviously, they removed that over time when they found it,
Yeah.
but it was in the game for months.
What's up, Goosenaples? Buenas tardes.
Didn't really help me much because I don't play Bard, but some people made good use of it.
It's always fun when there's some kind of little something like that, you know? Like, you know it's not going to
I don't
last
know. I
forever,
kind of
but...
made me mad, but I mean, I do remember it.
Yeah. I think it's fun sometimes for stuff like that. As long as the development team fixes it when it's, like, ruining it for other people, you know?
That's the
I think
key.
it's fun for stuff
You
to
just said something very important, Nathan. If it's not, ruin it for other people.
right. And
Leave
and that's what Pantheon says. Like, hey, if it's not breaking it for other people and
leave it alone.
players fight, leave alone. It's fun. That's called a what's that word? Oh man, I can't think of the correct word. That's emergent gameplay. There you go.
Intangible
Mhm.
gameplay.
Yes, that's good. That's fun. That's cool. People like that. They have fun with that. Now, if it's breaking it in a way where now other people can't have fun, okay, well, it's time to fix it.
Let's see here. One
Like if you
second.
start noticing
Everything.
the raid groups are like one tank, one healer, and all rogues because of some exploit, okay, you've got a problem. You know.
Well, I mean, usually there's only one to three like tanks because usually the main tank doesn't die if you get your chain heals set up correctly.
Yeah, I just meant like all the rest of the raid is rogues because there's an exploit where they can backstab it, crit every hit, etc. Like what
Yeah.
happened that one time in WoW.
There's a I did main rogue for a little while in here. Oh, there's a dude attacking you. This bat does not like you.
Switch over to that one. Let's kill it.
Why? Um. Lost my train of thought.
Left you like a fart in a hurricane.
Oh, it's long gone now. Whatever I was gonna say.
You're talking about a rogue. You played a rogue.
Oh yes, that's right. There's this technique you can do, and this is classic too, where if you pass through the enemy and turn around fast enough and hit backstab, you can backstab solo.
Oh, nice.
It's just really
See,
hard to
that's
pull
a
off.
technique. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, that's a
It's really
technique.
difficult to
Yeah.
do too.
Yeah.
But you can kind of solo okay as a rogue with that technique, and if you had, something like a fungi or something like that. Um, Spirit Wolf. One of the best zones to play as a rogue is the Tower of Frozen Shadow. I highly recommend that zone. But especially for rogues because there's a lot of like locked doors and things like that.
Yeah.
It's a really fun one. I hope you guys do it on the stream. I'd like
We
to see
are.
it.
It's already planned. That's one of the first things we're gonna do as soon as we get into the 30s because we're gonna bail and everything else and go to Velius. And the thing I like about that is you can literally go in there at 30 and just you could stay there all the way to 50 if you wanted to. I mean, it's just
You can
work your way
actually
up.
stay there to mid 50s, I think,
Yep.
because the top level is very tough. I gotta be honest.
Yeah, it's rough, but if you start off and work your way up, get your keys, get your flagged, never have to leave the
Uh,
tower.
Level 2 is such a pain in my opinion, though, because it's all casters.
Is it the library
So
tier?
yeah, and
Yeah.
it's all casters. They've got enchanters. They literally, I went there on this character. I can't get the level 2 key on this character because even though I'm pretty high level for that area because they like dispel my pet. And so just by myself it's too difficult. But in a group you probably could do it just fine. And actually there's some pretty cool items that drop in there too, so. Man, we're killing stuff too fast. It's not respawning fast enough.
Yeah, the bard's not helping either.
Yeah, that's probably part of it. Um, I go look at maybe something in a bold area. what that bard's doing. He's not even killing the stuff. He's just sitting in the other room, letting it attack him, and he's getting skills up.
Yeah, maybe.
Are the bats still redcon to you?
Yes.
Yep. We're level 10 now. What level are you now, Renfo? You're 10, right?
Yeah.
Yep. We're all 10.
I got my spells to 14, so as long as I can stay awake, yeah.
I don't have any of my plat or anything transferred, so I don't have any of my spells yet. I have to do that after I figure out a way to transfer my stuff.
Well, I'll be able to help you out with that because I need to go back to that area because there's a bunch of spells on the dude in the middle of Everfrost, and I was too low level to get them earlier, so it won't be today, but at some point you and I can coordinate, Nathan, and I can get
Okay.
back over there and
Yeah.
and
Because I didn't want to move my pally, or I'm sorry,
Nope.
my warrior, because likely, I would think anyway, that I'll still be using him this Friday.
Yes, we'll still be on the regular tunes this
So I
Friday.
didn't want to move him because he's ready to go for the stream.
Probably no point in transferring any of your gear over until we're done PLing, so.
Right.
I am going on a vacation for 5 days starting tomorrow, though. So I don't know. It'll definitely have to be like next week before we can do another session.
No, next
Yeah,
week's
no
fine.
problem.
I got plenty of other shit I need to get done.
Yeah, me too.
And Mighty
Cringe
Miracle is
pony.
approaching.
Cringe Pony. Yep. Only 2 more episodes, and then it's time for me to get that. I think everybody's going to be shocked how quickly I can whip out that Choose Your Own Adventure when I've got an extra 40, 60 hours a week to work on it.
And somebody who's ready and willing and standing by to do all the voices.
Oh, yeah, and already done some. I may have to send those back to you. It's been so long so you can remember what you did for each one.
Oh, no shit, I will have to remember. Well,
Yeah.
I gave you multiple incarnations, so once you
Yeah.
figure out which ones you're using, that's going to be the tricky part so I can match it up.
Cool, I can just send you a clip, you know what I mean, of each one, of the scene from each. And this is a really cool Choose Your Own Adventure. So last time, the last D&D Choose Your Own Adventure I did, I went out and found places. This time I'm making the places with like miniature style. So it's gonna be pretty cool. That means I'm not limited on what the places look like. So. And this
There's
one's
this
based
item.
on the Dragon of Icespire Peak, by the way.
Oh, nice.
Campaign.
And I think we estimated October is when the next campaign is going to kick off for Monday nights. After you wrap up the one you're working on.
What was that now? I'm sorry.
The next actual campaign on Monday nights is going to be in like October after you wrap up the one you're working on now.
Yep, that one is Storm King's Thunder, and then this time for Dragon.
Oh, we're doing Dragonlance January. I think it'll be January-ish in the new year.
Yep, it's a nerdy time. It's a nerdy good time. Nerdy good times coming. Oh, I cannot wait for when the D&D 1, D&D Beyond, Unreal Engine 5, virtual tabletop, dude, that's gonna be a game
epic.
changer, man.
For those of you listening, we were having a long conversation about this after our stream on Sunday night. So we've been using Fantasy Grounds for all of our stuff with the Weave and the Void, And knowing that that VTT program is coming in the pipeline, it's going to be a game changer for anybody running official D&D campaigns, as well as anybody running homebrew campaigns, because the kits that you're going to be able to buy for the campaigns, you're going to be able to take those assets out and do whatever you want with them for your homebrew stuff. It's going to be so freaking epic.
I've only ever used Roll20 and it's awful.
Oh no, Roll20, yeah. Roll20's
Yeah.
it's very rudimentary. It's getting better.
Very early, better ones, right? Wasn't it like one of the first
Yeah,
ones?
it's one of the first ones. It was
Yeah,
like the
okay.
first one, and then
That's what I thought.
Foundry BTT came along, and I think Fantasy Grounds had existed in a different state before, but then they did the Fantasy Grounds Unity, which is what we're using, which is
Cracking up the
awesome.
back.
I think Fantasy Grounds works very well.
Yeah, it does. I like Fantasy Grounds. The thing is, it's like I'm happy with Fantasy Grounds, but
It's gonna be better to have
you
graphics.
you can't compete with the freaking like actual little
3D
miniatures
environments.
And, oh my gosh, dude! If you think of like how much money it costs, right? Like in reality, for the painting supplies, to buy the miniatures, to buy freaking landscape pieces and all that. Now that is still a very different thing. I don't think that will ever go away because that's an actual physical piece of something. But when you compare that to being able to just buy a campaign on D&D Beyond and getting it in virtual style and still having full, each little tile you can change it, etc. It's gonna really, I think it's gonna bring a lot of new people into D&D. That's what I think.
I'm surprised something like this hasn't been created long ago, honestly.
They've tried, but just it was like me and Renfield's been talking forever because Telspire did do this, but they didn't have official Wizards of the Coast support, so like all the D&D systems weren't built in. So
Now we know why, by the way. Now we know why they didn't have
makes
official
sense.
D&D,
Yeah.
because
Yep.
D&D was
What's the reason?
because D&D's virtual tabletop program that they just released is
Oh.
basically Tailspire on steroids.
Yeah, because Telspire is
Gotcha.
3D. You've got tiles, you've got monsters to lay out. You can roll dice on the board. It's really cool. And I used it a lot for different things. But to run a campaign on it, everybody would still have to have their own character sheet, or you'd have to run a separate program. It would be a lot to manage because it doesn't have anything baked in. You know what I mean? Besides it being a tabletop simulator.
Yeah, I love
Fortunately for
Dragonlance.
me, like my group only plays Pathfinder, so.
Persnickety says I was a
no idea
DM
how
for
we
many
make it work
years. Love Dragonlance and
inside of a
Greyhawk as well
D&D
as Forgotten
program.
Realms.
If it ends
I like
up being
Dragonlance
like
more than Forgotten
the
Realms.
other VTTs, like which I think it will, like Fantasy Grounds, because they've already spoke even this early about homebrews and different rule sets. I mean, we'll just see how it goes, but I think it won't be as difficult as you think to mod it for different rule sets.
That would be great.
Well,
see, because
because
it's official,
yeah, I would.
So that's an issue. Like where Fantasy Grounds isn't official, but they can kind of implement.
I would
everything.
highly doubt that they're going to allow modding of it for other rule sets because they are bringing all of that in-house. And if I had to guess, it's going to be a subscription-based program that you can use only if you're a subscriber to D&D Beyond and only with licensed.
You're probably right
like,
about that. Okay.
You
But
know,
why would they not allow mods, modifications?
like other rule sets. I mean,
but wouldn't the players?
it's a competing
make,
game, right?
Wouldn't people make those? Not necessarily D&D, not necessarily Wizards of the Coast. That's what I was thinking.
yes, but if you're using it in a subscription-based service, they're going to have terms of service in there that don't allow that. And if you get caught doing it,
think so?
I don't know if they will or not. I'm hazarding a guess because I know they're trying to bring it all in house to make the most amount of money possible. So we'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, it could make more money by saying, yeah, totally, we'll offer
you
you
mods because
yeah.
that's they're not legally. Nobody can come after them and be like, hey, people are using your program to play. I mean, that's player-made mods, so I feel like they'd get away with it.
They might, yeah.
Still have to be subscribed,
And if it's still in my mind, it's still a good idea. Like, yeah, let them go ahead and create a Pathfinder version because why not? You're getting more people into your platform and paying your monthly subscription.
Yeah, and Pathfinder is still linked to D&D. They're still used their
Forever, forever
whatever,
and ever and
right?
ever.
And
2.5
yeah,
or 3.5, whatever it is.
3, yeah. So I don't know. We'll see. But for D&D, it's gonna be just. You can make your own. So it depends on what you mean by homebrew, Crinkled. So we don't know about like making your own rule set, right? We just don't know. That I don't think it'll release that way. But it could be something where mods allow that to be possible. But if you're talking about homebrew like that uses fifth edition rules, oh, that's totally in. That was something they talked about. Like that's a major feature. And once you buy, like, let's say you bought this one, right? You bought a Storm King's Thunder set, right? Every single tile piece and miniature and monster and everything is yours now. You can use that to build your own maps, your own stuff, etc. So there will definitely be fifth edition based rule set homebrew, like crazy. Your feature and
I really want there to be like some sort of way for me to like save versions of my character and then roll them back. Roll20 doesn't have anything like that. It's like I change a stat, I don't remember where it came from. Like I have to remember to roll it back. I really wish I had like a Git style system where you could like
Version
commit
control.
and roll. Yeah.
yeah,
Like if it had that, it would solve so many of my problems. But and I actually would implement a tool that does that, but they don't have any way to import characters, I don't think, or unless you pay, I believe. Maybe if you pay. I'm not gonna pay. Too cheap for that.
Fantasy Grounds makes it super easy to just create a character sheet. To create a character, it's
And
just.
that reminds me, you
Mm.
said Foundry VTT, right? I
Hmm.
think I bought that. I just haven't tried it out yet.
It's that's another one that doesn't have enough official support around the table. And
Gotcha.
it does have supporters, but it's kind of like the Linux crowd of people who are always like, give me a Linux version of the game because Linux is the best operating system ever and all other operating systems are inferior. That's kind of how the Founder VTT crowd are. They're like, our system is the best system ever. It's better than Roll20 and Fantasy Grounds. Raw. And it's not. It's just, it's another option, but it's very heavy on learning how to use it, and it doesn't have nearly as many options as Fantasy Grounds. But again, like Roll20, it's getting better with time.
ding.
Congrats.
You might have just been describing me on Linux.
So here's one of the funnest things I ever had an argument about was on the previous project had a programmer who was continually arguing with me about how he was basically demanding that our MMORPG have Mac support because he was a hardcore Mac user and the game had to have Mac support because he believed in Mac. And I'm like, okay, the user database shows that we have less than half of a percent, half of 1%, less than half of a percent of our total sales are users who use Mac. In no way, shape, or form am I devoting man hours to half a percent of our total sales. That's a waste of company time. It's a waste of company resources. Linux was less than 1% of total sales. When you have
Wow, I'm
90,
surprised.
98% of the user base is Windows, there's no way that we're going to be dedicating any sort of operating uh, capital to anything other than Windows-based operating systems and clients.
Yeah,
It's people like to say there's so many Linux users, there's so many Mac users. No, there's not. There's not. There are not. There are hardcore supporters of those, but they are a fraction of a fraction compared to Windows users.
Of course, yeah. Plus, I feel like a lot of Linux users are, they're more like programmers. They're not really going to be playing
Yes.
games too much.
Oh, but they're
They're,
vocal. It's
it's
like
more about running
vegans.
the servers for the world. They're not really playing games.
Linux are the vegans of the programming world. Got to tell everyone.
Well, that's like 99% of the world's servers run on Linux.
It's true. That's totally true. That's a fair point to make. Servers, yes. Game clients, no.
I actually got EverQuest to run on Linux. I was testing that the other day.
I mean, the fact of the matter is that most people don't have a Mac to play games. I mean, it just is what it is.
Yeah, Macs
If you
for
have
design
a Mac,
work.
it's for an art or
I was surprised that Linux was a higher usage or like a higher percentage of your sales than Mac.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah,
there's a lot more
it
Mac
is.
users than there are Linux users, so that's pretty crazy.
yeah. Linux is people just get sick of Windows, man. You know.
The
Windows
thing I
does
don't
some
like about
sketchy
Windows is
shit, man.
they keep plastering new versions of their Windows over the old ones. It's like if you drill down in the settings enough, you're eventually back to like Windows 98.
Yep.
Yeah,
And it's just
Yep.
like it's so weird. Like why?
and it's bullshit the way they force you every time it does an
Right.
up. Like they don't ask you if you want the update. They just do the update without your permission, and then it'll force you to start using like a new version of whatever. And
Yeah.
then it'll always like if you're someone like I love my wife to death, but I'm gonna make this comment. If you're someone like my wife who doesn't pay attention when an update happens and she just clicks yes to everything because she just doesn't want to deal with it, it will auto install all sorts of shit that you don't need or want that just bloat the hell out of your startup
Yep.
process and change everything over to what is it, Edge, which is the worst browser in the history of all browsers, and it's horrible.
Yeah, it's funny that Microsoft has made it. I mean, if you look at the blunders and the absurdities and the issues and the just lack of going all the way, etc.
I'm gonna answer that. I'm gonna
don't
talk
know
about
if
more
it's
about
I think
Dragonlance in a minute.
it just comes down to being
got
what
sidetracked
people
here.
already know, and
Right,
also
right.
they also have all these deals with like Dell and stuff, these prepackaged,
Yeah.
normie computers that come with Windows. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So
Sure.
like they're
But it's
just built in
crazy.
to succeed.
They
Like,
really have not been good at almost
No.
anything. I can't. Let's think of what they've been good at.
For me, Windows jumped the shark when they started putting ads in the start bar.
Oh yeah, what a joke, by the way.
And that from that moment forward, I use Windows only when I have to for games. Otherwise, I use other operating systems. Why is this bat not dying?
They tried to get in the mobile market for a little while, and they were like, "No, never mind." They got into streaming for a little while. I was like, "No, never mind." They're still hanging in there with consoles, though. They're still working that.
Hey, I love my Xbox Series X, man.
But they did try to sell it at one point. They tried
They
to sell it
did.
to Nintendo, and Nintendo was like, "We would rather go out of business."
That was Nintendo saying my stick is better than bacon.
Yeah. I thought that was the funniest statement ever. They were like, "We'd rather go out of business than own your brand." Oh man.
That's the biggest fuck you of all time, right there. It's like, no, we would rather die than buy your business. Like, no thanks.
Because they weren't doing good at the time. It was like, well, I mean, they were fine. It's not like they were dying or anything, but like, their newest console, nobody gave a crap. It was the Wii U, and Microsoft was like, I bet you they'll buy the Xbox brand. They're like, nope.
No thanks.
The funny thing is a lot of the games on the Wii U weren't bad, and that's
No,
exactly
yeah.
why.
All right,
they're
let me
re-releasing
answer
them on the
the.
Switch, and
Hang
people
on
are
a
actually
second.
buying them.
Yeah, and love them. Yeah, because it had a lot of good games. The problem was the name. First of all, Wii, that was a bad name. Whatever, who cares? But then you can't just call your next console Wii U. It was a bunch of soccer moms bought the Wii. So, like, they didn't know that it was a new thing. They thought it was just like, oh, I don't need a screen for my Wii. I play Wii Sports on it. You know what I mean?
I mean, I was in college at this time when the Wii U came out, and so I'm not sure if I was just really distracted, but like I never understood what it was. Like I didn't know it was a separate console. Like
Yeah,
I never.
they did a horrible job at it. Yeah.
The marketing was just awful because I
It
had
was
no
bad.
clue.
Yeah. It was basically the precursor to the Switch, like You had to be near the Wii U. You
All
couldn't
right,
just go
so
off into the wilderness and
Dragonlance.
play on the
There was a
screen.
time where I
Tony
thought it was
says
just
one
a
of the most
dock to
underrated
plug in your
consoles,
Wii
one
or
of the best
something.
virtual consoles
Not even
Nintendo
kidding.
ever programmed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty
Yeah,
epic.
that's what a lot of people thought.
But
I
going
would
back
have
to
to explain it
Dragonlance,
all the time.
Dragonlance is probably one of my favorite
It's very sad.
like franchises outside of the Star Wars
But
extended universe. Because
but
the
like
novels
I
that came
also
out of the
think
Star
that the
Wars
Switch
extended
though is like
universe in
one
the
of the best
90s were
consoles ever made. I
amazing.
love
But
it.
It is
Dragonlance
one
was
of the
great
best
as
consoles
well.
ever made, no
And
doubt.
everything we're
It's got
doing
such a good library
with the
by
Weave
this
and the
point.
Void, like there's a few major
It just
sources of
keeps
inspiration
cranking
that
them
we
out,
had
man.
for that.
I would be
The
happy if they
number
just
one
kept
resource,
improving
the
the Switch and
number
I just
one
keep buying a
place
new
that I
Switch every
drew
few
inspiration
years.
from
Yeah,
was
I would too. I
Tracy
think a lot of
Hickman
people
and
would,
his
'cause for
wife
a
and what they
handheld,
did
it's good enough.
because
Like
they
it looks
built
fine.
their world
It's good
as
enough.
a setting. Then
I can't target you.
they added
These bats are
books
too
to
fat.
it
I want
with
to see.
Margaret Weiss.
I didn't have my
Then they
controller
added
useful.
video games to it. So we started off with a
Okay,
setting,
I'll heal you
which is the
anyway.
Weave in the Void. We have a point and click adventure game, like the old
Keep
King's
my defense
Quest
up at
games,
least.
in that same world, and I'm writing the book series through the
Hard
Patreon
to target
page.
anything
So
with
it's
these
all
stupid
done
bats is the
through
one
our
downside of this
Patreon, but
spot.
I literally took inspiration from what they did with Dragonlance as what we're building with that. The second biggest thing and the coolest thing to do with Dragonlance was opening it
That
up
is
to
running away.
other
Or did I just
authors
spawn?
so that they could quickly get additional content out and expand the universe
Yeah.
with
The
additional
Steam Deck seems
writers and
interesting, and I thought about
creators,
getting
which
one,
is
but it's
a
like
brilliant strategy from a marketing
I don't,
standpoint.
I have a great
And the
desktop
novels
computer.
were
Why would
amazing.
I buy? I mean, I don't travel enough to warrant it, but I did see this really cool video. Someone got P99 working on a Steam Deck.
Oh,
I
I
thought that was
heard about
kind
that.
of
Yeah, I
funny.
did hear about that. Yeah.
Like if you wanted to just like lay on the couch or something and like port people for money, you could always use a Steam Deck.
See, I've been laptop only for like 12 years now or something, and I'm pretty satisfied with it, to be honest with you. You do have a slight performance hit compared to like a desktop, but honestly, for the cost and being able to be fully mobile and then just plug it into a monitor,
Yeah.
it is what it is. I mean, you do have to understand that if you're a min maxer who's concerned about getting like max frame rates,
Right.
then yeah, that's going to be a downside for. But if you're someone like me who doesn't really care about that, and you're like, I'm close enough. Settings, not ultra settings, And I don't play
Yeah.
shooters, so I don't care about FPS. As long as I'm getting 30 to 60, I'm happy. I don't need 120.
We're kind of at the point now, me and you, Renfell, where it's like, I'm way more concerned about my bandwidth of my internet, right? So if my bandwidth right now is 30 frames per second at 1080, then I don't give a crap what my game is. It just needs to be at least that. You know
Just
what
so that
I
you
mean?
can stream it, yeah.
Because the streamers don't get the benefit, and if they're not getting the benefit, then I don't really care if I am or not,
I need 2 seconds, guys. Chris just walked in the room and needs to ask me a question, so headset's off.
Okay. I actually need to use the restroom again, so I'll be right back as well. Don't stand too far out. I don't want Kelsey getting attacked. Guard him. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, I think I'll take a break too, since everybody else is.
If they wake up, okay. But if they don't wake up, yep. And if they wake up, I will let them out for food. All right, I'm back.
Everybody's taking a quick AFK real quick.
Okay.
Info.
Persnickety, dude, you're new around here, Persnickety. So, well, newish to my community. I have recommended the Deathgate cycle to probably 50 people in like the last year. It is the best Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman series of. It was like the pinnacle of their world building team relationship. It is the one of the best book series I've ever read. It is so much fun, and that was them after because they did Dragonlance, then they did the Dark Sword trilogy, and I think they may have done one other one I forget. But then they went and did the Ninth Gate cycle, the Deathgate cycle. That book series is so good. Haplo and oh man, so good. Zifnab and Fizzban and good stuff. They just came out with a brand new Dragonlance novel, like 3 weeks ago, right before all the big press that happened. So, new Dragonlance novel, new Dragonlance campaign, which has nothing to do with their new novel, but they did just release a new novel, and they have a new trilogy being published. But it's the first time they've worked together in many, many, many years. Yeah, I haven't read the Dark Swords books in 25, 30 years. It's been a long time. All right, well, if everybody is doing bios, I'm going to step away and do some exercises real quick.
I'm back. Is everyone here? Ready to rock? Okay. At least someone's here. I think if we had just been power leveling one person, they probably would have already been level 20. Or at least high teens.
Come back.
How much HP do you have? Like what? Like your total?
193.
I'm
I have
42,
805.
so you're a little older than me.
805?
Uh-huh.
Oh, someone buffed you.
And
Isri's here.
793.
Isri's here
Isri
now,
White
so
Wolf.
she's. I haven't seen Isri in a while. Nice to see her. Out of breath now. Yeah, Isri was hanging out with us when we first started going.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I think Isri was here when we originally came to the Warrens
First
at the
session.
very beginning of our static
Yeah.
group sessions. This was the first place that I convinced everyone to come to. And then there were some
It
deaths.
really is the best XP.
There were some
early
deaths
on.
to the Necromancer on the way here, and
Oh yeah.
Bounty Code couldn't see in the dark, and he fell into the hole. And hey, a GM actually pulled him out and gave him his gear back. It's pretty cool.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. That's
We were
surprising.
told hush hush, it's not supposed to happen, but it was on a stream, so it totally got captured.
Streamer privilege. That happened to a guildie of mine. They had to hire a necromancer to send the corpse out.
It was Bounty's first time there. He couldn't see because it was pitch black. He zoned into that area, you know, and you're supposed to go left and not fall in the hole. And he didn't see because he didn't have a light source, and he just went traipsing right off into the void.
I fell in that hole once, and I think it glitched out because I landed safe and sound at the bottom.
You can totally land safe and sound at the bottom. The issue is if the raid mob's up, because if the raid mob's up, that's what gets you.
Okay.
Otherwise, like that's the easiest way to the undead camp. Which, by the way, withered armor is pretty badass. Got a druid in the group. Vendini's been wanting some good gear. That's a great set for druids.
Renew your talismans. I hear that with these pets, you can give them like a full set of banded armor and like a haste item and like really twink them out like that, and then they can last you all the way up to like low 20s.
Damn.
Dang, dude. Pretty wild. How much do they cost?
So you can, I mean, people usually sell them for about 600 plat each,
Okay.
which is not bad at all. Um, or you can camp it. I probably average about 3-4 hours per one that I get if I'm camping it, but it is terribly boring. The only thing nice about Upper Guck is that there's lots of camps you can run around and kill if they're not camped, which they often aren't. So you just run around and kill frogs, and Upper Guck and get all kinds of cool loot. You know what? I just cast my talisman. That's why. Incoming bats. The next pre-alpha, Ogre Shaman's going to be available, right? Maybe I'll roll Gallic on there.
What was that about? What'd you say there?
I was just seeing if you knew if the Ogre Shaman was going to be available for the next pre-alpha for Pantheon.
Yes, it will be.
Reroll this
Certainly
character
will
on
be.
there.
Roll out your ogre shamies.
If I don't think Shaman was available in the last pre-alpha, if I remember correctly. I missed the last one, unfortunately. Very quiet in here. Are you guys still streaming?
I am. I hit
Okay.
when I talk chat, we hit control. That way, we're not. It's not a blubbering mess of people talking in
Oh,
chat.
I see. I gotcha.
I had somebody come and comment on one of my videos. They were like, after decades of doing voice comms, I hate that you talk over people. And it's like, dude, when I have to talk to chat, they can't hear me. I'm not being rude. You know,
Yeah.
like if
Yeah.
we waited for it to be silent to talk to chat, we would never talk to chat. You know.
Yeah.
You can't not talk to chat and be a streamer. You know what I'm saying? Like that would not be awful.
That's Asmongold's whole thing.
Well, yeah, he gets away with it because his chat's so freaking fast. Who could read it? You know. Sometimes I think he just makes stuff up. You ever think that?
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure he must.
Like nobody
How
actually
would
even
he
said
read
that. You know.
that otherwise? You know,
Right.
like
Because he'll just look over and he'll be like, "Oh yes, yes, I agree." Blah blah blah. I don't think anybody even said it. I think he just.
I sometimes wonder if there's like cherry picked comments by his admins or something like
Yes.
That
that.
would make sense at his level. That would make sense at his level. They send them. They send them the comments. Yeah.
Because I'm honestly, days like today are slow, and I am talking to my chat. Like, I was just having a conversation with Persnickety about Dragonlance and the Death Knight cycle and some other stuff. But it's also I'm half asleep because I've been awake since like 3 o'clock, and so there's probably periods where I'm silent for 5 minutes. I'm talking to you guys, but not necessarily directly to my chat. And then I remember, oh
Yeah.
yeah, I have chat open. Look down, read through a few comments. But I've already been talking about if the growth continues, I'm already at the point where I want to hire a social media assistant slash mod.
Oh wow.
Um, I don't have quite the funding level to do it, but I want to just because I have too many other things going on. And that's one of the things that I would be tasking them with is to just go through chat for me and pick things.
Yeah, I think I won't probably do that until next year, but I think by next year I will, and I'll probably just there'll be somebody in the community, you
Yep,
know, that's been really awesome, and
that's what I'm thinking about as well. Because
hopefully I make enough by then to employ somebody.
my goal is hopefully I'm looking at the numbers right now, and if we see the same growth that we saw this month for September and October, then I think in December I'm going to put out a call and try to hire somebody for January.
Just don't forget about the YouTube January thing. That is
Yep,
real.
yep.
what is it? Oh, where just all the views drop off?
Yeah, it's just everybody's broke, you know. December, so like the advertisers aren't. They don't care. They're not pumping any money into advertising. People are broke. I mean, they can't help it, dudes. You know.
Ah, you gotta finance Christmas. There's no money left.
Yeah. Heck yeah,
So
dude.
in other words, we need to run our big fundraisers at Christmas time.
I am gonna
Yes.
run some, or else I'm gonna be screwed. Because I make enough to pay the bills. That is it.
Yep,
You know, like
I'm in the
I
same
ain't got
boat.
no extra spending money, so I'm gonna have to do fundraisers as we get closer to Christmas, or my kids are gonna have the worst Christmas ever.
Do you find that streaming helps grow your audience faster than just making videos?
Ooh, that's a good question. I'm gonna let Nathan
That's
answer.
debatable. That's debatable. Here's the deal. That's a conundrum I'm in right now.
I
I
figured
grew faster with videos, but I don't have time to do videos because the streaming pays my bills.
Yeah.
You don't make
yeah.
no money on videos unless you're getting over 100,000 views. It pays my taxes. Now people go back and watch my streams, which is awesome. I love you guys. Thanks for doing that. I don't know if you guys noticed or not, but if you're watching this right now, there is a little thing called super thanks if you want to throw me a little money. But basically, the ad revenue pays my taxes, and the super chat and the memberships, that's my money. That's what I use to pay my bills. So um, I'm just stuck right now where I have to stream all the time to pay my bills, um, and I'm not growing as fast.
Well,
I
what I
get more
found as
subscribers from
being
videos.
one of your viewers, what I found is that it doesn't. It seems like it's worse at telling me when you're streaming than when a video comes out. I don't
It
know why
is.
that is,
It is.
and I miss a lot of them sometimes. You know.
And I can
Um,
also speak from my perspective as well when you guys are wrapped up, because I've got some data that I can add to that conversation.
oh,
Yeah,
go for it.
and now these people, a lot of the people that I have now, they're in chat with me right now. They like my streaming. Like I make a video, I don't know if they care or not, right? So it's
Yeah.
a weird thing. It's like I'm building a new audience, kind of,
Yeah, that's true.
but it's not as fast. Like my subscriber rates were way faster when I just made videos because YouTube pumped it out more.
Yep.
You know.
Yep, yep, yep. So I can actually speak to this because I've been heavy into the analytics recently because this is my third month going full time. Thanks to my community, my bills are paid for the third month in a row. We have our
Nice.
third, we grew this month at a faster pace than last month. So this month we actually made more than we made in July, and we made more in July than we made in June. So it's all going up and up. Net memberships, net over in the Patreon page. Everything is net growth, which is amazing. But here's the big but. I get way more subscribers to the channel through my Rings of Power videos
Mm-hmm.
and my YouTube shorts than I do from streaming. However, 60% minimum is like the amount of new views that I get on the on like videos and everything else. Only about 40, and it depends. That's a large number. 20 to 40% of my existing followers watch the totality of the videos that I produce.
That's good.
A much smaller number of people tune in to all of my live streams. The vast majority of the income that I'm making on YouTube does not come from advertising dollars, and it doesn't come from super thanks, although I do get a chunk of revenue from super thanks. So the difference between a super thanks and a super chat is a super thanks can be done on any uploaded video. There's a button down below, you click the super thanks, people can put it whenever they want. A super chat or a sticker happens during a live stream.
Right.
95% of my transaction revenue comes from super chats
Oh,
and
me too.
stickers. Only about 5% comes from super thanks. So
I didn't
it's
even know it was a thing until you just told me. So that
Yeah,
a
most
lot of
people
people
don't. That's why I
don't.
like to mention it.
Yeah, that's why Nathan and I will hawk it a lot. We'll do our commercials throughout our streams. It's like, hey, don't forget, because a lot of
Yeah,
people don't know.
and the problem with us having to mention things all the time that bothers me is I'm afraid some people who can't do it think I'm like hounding them. I'm not. I'm just mentioning for people who can do it who didn't know that they can do it, right? That's what I'm doing it
Yeah,
for. Because I know there's
correct.
some people like they can't do that. That's fine.
So
You're still supporting it.
I don't actually get a lot of followers from the streams or a lot of subscriptions. And the reason is because the people who are watching my streams are my regular crowd of people who are in the Discord. They're here every single day, just like Nathan has his core community. And we have some people who cycle between and are helping
Mm-hmm.
all of us out with Sparrow streams, Kel's streams, etc., like Cantan and other people. Um, but that's a small number, and it's the funny thing about it is the very small number of our total audiences overall are the ones who are being the most supportive with the financial super chats and everything else. The vast majority of traffic, I would say, at least from my channel, the vast majority of traffic is coming from the videos that I put out. The trick here is that the videos don't make enough money to keep me alive, so I have to stream a lot, which is also why, and I've been very open about this in my live streams recently because I do a vlog series every Monday morning. I'm like 80 episodes in or something now where I talk about stuff like this, and we've talked about it when Nathan and I have been streaming with Kel and with Sparrow and stuff. My new
Mm-hmm.
schedule as of like the last 3 weeks is I get up at 3:30 in the morning and I do streaming with my brother, and then I do streaming with Maduros, and then I do video production, and then I do more streaming at night, and somewhere in there I take a nap. But I try to do, I'm doing 8 hours to 10 hours a day of streaming. I'm doing about 2 hours every day of video production, and I'm doing 2 to 4 hours a day of work on the Weave and the Void. So the vast
My
majority of my
schedule's kind
time
of the
is
opposite of
streaming.
his. I get up at around 7, 8, start getting thumbnails and stuff ready and stream set up and all that kind of stuff. Work till I'll stream. I take breaks in between streams so I can take care of the kids and take care of the wife's grandma. Then I'll go right back to streaming and I'll stream until nighttime. Depends on what's going on in the house, depending on if it's 9:30, 10. And then I spend the next 6 to 8 hours working on Cringe Pony TV and squeeze in about 3 to 4 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
That's mine.
His is Cringe Pony and mine is all the Weave in the Void. So we both, it's
Yep.
I'd say we're both streaming about 8 hours a day and then
Yeah.
working about another 4 to 6 hours a day on the creative stuff that we do, which
Yep.
includes video production. Um, in a perfect world, if you look at a guy like say let's ignore Asmongold for a minute. Look at a guy like Josh Strice Haves, maybe Kira TV, who has about half the audience. If you're getting 100,000 views on a video, you're probably making a few $100 on that video.
Oh
You
yeah.
might even make a few thousand on that video.
Yeah.
But to
Probably.
get to the point where you're making reliable videos that reliably get 100,000 views, you have to have hundreds of thousands of subscribers. And I just broke 4,000, so that's not my reality.
Yeah.
My reality is super chats and live streams pay the bills.
Yeah, it's an interesting conundrum because you want to focus on what grows that core audience, but then also you need to pay the bills. So
Yeah, pay the bills. Yep. So I'm just waiting until it is growing. So it's growing at a good pace. It's still always better than the month before on everything. But I need to get to that point where I can take out 4 hours more a day to make videos, which I will. I'll get back to that point.
And I've been very candid about this too, because Nathan said something very important. It's just paying the bills right now, and that's the
Yeah.
same way I am. It's paying the bills,
Survival
and
time.
to date I've been this is the end of my third month of full-time streaming. This is our best month yet, and we basically have more than doubled what I brought in June. So it's been a very good month this month. It could go down next month. I don't know. And that's the issue is I'm 3 months in. I have had 1 day off in 3 months. 1 day. That's it. I took 1 day off. And the only reason I took a day off is because I was having eye strain and my left eye was like, the eyebrow was like twitching uncontrollably because I did a 12-hour stream and my body was just like, fuck you, go to sleep. And so I was like, okay, I guess I'm going to sleep. But other than that, I've not taken a single day off because I can't afford to. And I'm not complaining. I'm putting that
Right.
into perspective for people.
Okay.
I love my job. It's way better than flipping burgers. But if you do the hourly math, Nathan and I talked about this one day, and you can't look at it
You
because
don't do it.
it's
Yeah, just
less.
don't do
I
it.
make
Don't
less
do
than
it.
minimum wage. I make less than
Yeah,
minimum wage.
I don't do that at all. And the reason I don't, like, I was talking to Drac, and I was like, dude, Cringe Point does really good. And he's like, well, what about monetary wise? And I was like, yeah, it does really good. It makes $50 a week at least. And I was like, that's pretty good for and this is how I look at it versus reality, right? It's like, that's pretty good for an hour-long stream, And he was like, yeah, but how many hours does it take to make it? Stop. That's not how you have to think about it, right? Because then you're making $1 an hour, right? So it's like, no, don't think about it like that.
yeah.
Cannot think of it. That's what burns people up
Yeah,
out right
it
there. They
does.
start thinking about that. Like, how much am I really making? And then they end up burning out and going and getting a job. And it's like, yeah, but
If you
you
just would have
forgot
stuck
the
with
most
it.
important part was that you're getting to do something really fun and cool
Yep.
with people that you're not going to get that going and working for the man, right? That's a really big bonus to anything negative that may be about it. Just forget about that. People get too into it and start thinking of the analytics, and it's just
I would much rather do beard pole dancing for people for super
right,
chats than flip burgers at McDonald's.
right. Now
Yeah, well,
I will flip burgers at McDonald's if that's what feeds my family. But if I don't got to, I won't.
I
it's
still
got me
won't take my
hungry.
shirt off though. That Nathan's way,
I will
way
do
braver
that.
than I am.
I'll do that. Yeah, I'll do that for any amount. There's not even a number of dollar low enough. Any super chat that wants me to, I'll do it. I don't care. If you want to see these gorgeous man boobs, it's not against term of service yet, so.
Free the nipple.
And that was what's funny. The worst part about the doing streaming and stuff, and making content full time, is trying to explain to other people that don't consume that kind of content or know anything about it. So my new thing now is I just say when somebody asks that, now what are you doing again? I'll be like, oh, I dance for money now.
I don't know. I was thinking about trying it myself, or I don't know. I'm trying to mix it up. I've been doing the same career for about 8 years, and I'm getting bored of it.
Yeah, it's
Alright.
fun, man.
Hang on, Persnickity's
It
saying
would be really
he's
hard.
Go ahead.
What's that?
So
Sorry, go
Persnickity's saying he's too new around here to know what a beard pole dance is. Never fear, Persnickety, because my brother captured one in a TikTok. I'm gonna share it out in YouTube chat right now. Give me a second. You will see what a beard pole dance is. And blame you can blame Mujin for this.
It was Mujin's idea.
Yeah. Now there's two versions of this. There's the version with the Nicki Minaj song, and then there's one with the My Stick is Better Than Bankin'.
Oh, I just got super chatted. See, that was a good one. He's paying me $10 to see.
But did
Oh,
you
That's a
take
good
your
one.
shirt off?
are you
Oh, I'm
taking your
about
shirt
to.
off?
I'm gonna
Oh,
pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up.
just give a flash.
Someone stole our bats.
Thank you, Joe Sheep. Thank you, Joe Sheep.
What
What level this guy is?
On the target. No, I'm not. All right. Sorry about that, guys. It didn't help in that fight. I was busy showing off these man boobs.
Hey man, you gotta pay the bills. My conundrum is that like I really want to do something else, but it's just to go from a software engineering salary to anything else is so hard. It's like you're
Yeah.
trapped. It feels like you're trapped, is what it feels like.
Oh, Trips just did a $10. He wants to show Persnickety what a beard pole dance is. Hang on, I
You
gotta
gonna
get the
get one
beard.
live?
Yeah, I'm gonna get the beard pole out. Hang on. So the objective that Mujin wanted, he eventually wants us
Okay.
to glitter our beards, and neither Nathan or I have done the glitter beards yet. But I have a stick, and my stick is better than bacon, as they say. Gonna punch your head with my stick, with my stick. So the objective here is to make a cringy dance with the beard pull. So we've done some pretty crazy things with, you gotta get seductive and just be like, I like my stick. This is my stick. Don't actually lick the stick though, because my cats lick it. But one day this will be carved with different symbols, and we'll put glitter in the beard, but not yet.
Oh, you know what you could do, Ren? You could be like, hey, my largest how do you put it? My largest supporters of the beard pole dance, because you can go back to your super chats and look at them and see who requested it. Get like their initials in carved into the totem. You
Braid
know
it
what
and
I'm saying?
bedazzle it. There you go.
Oh, there we
You know
go.
what I'm saying? So they go down in the beard pole history
History.
there, in the lore of the beard pole.
I got two beard pulls back to back, so we gotta get in here. I gotta get it in the beard. There we go. Hopefully you got your beard cringe out of the way, ladies and gentlemen.
It's even weirder when you can't see it.
I know, right?
We're just kind of like, I wonder
Kinda
what
odd.
that looked like.
That was kind of odd.
Crinkle's like, welcome to whatever side of YouTube this is. Well,
I like how one of your options is beard pull.
with Chris.
Oh man.
So that one happened by chance. Somebody did a beard poll like before I made these options, because Nathan was the one who suggested I put these options up here. So before this happened, somebody had done a beard poll option, and Chris happened to be in the room while I was doing it. So she was behind me with one of the kittens, and she held the kitten up, and the kitten was dancing while Chris was dancing while I was dancing with the beard poll, and it was like, all right, that's too priceless to not take advantage of. So actually, I think it was I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he lives in China, and he's here quite frequently when I'm playing in the mornings and sometimes at night. And I was playing Sea of Thieves, and he came in and, recently last Monday and had me do a beard pull dance with Chris and one of the kittens. And that's
And
just
one of the kittens.
yeah,
Nice.
that's just Chris and I being stupid and just doing silly little shuffle dances around. It's nothing provocative or anything dirty. It's
Right,
totally
right, right, right.
PG-13.
Now, when I take off my shirt, it gets a little provocative. If you're into that kind of thing.
Trip says, it's worth it more for the reaction by everyone else on the stream than anything else.
Yeah, that is the point.
Thanks, guys, for the super chats. That's awesome. Give me a chance to embarrass myself live. You all rock.
When you guys are streaming, do you find it difficult to just be like talking out loud to yourself, basically?
No,
Yes.
No, because I did that anyway.
but
I
I would
always would find. I'd be like, I'd make my wife. She was the one that was like, "You need to just make a YouTube channel so you leave me alone."
Yeah, my biggest problem is I can't talk to myself. That's my biggest problem.
I see. I would love to hear Kel's perspective on this because I have never. I was a public speaker for about 7 years, so I have no problem just like vomiting out of the mouth words nonstop. Um, are you an introvert by nature, Kel, or just you're
I'm
not?
fairly introverted, yes.
Okay.
But like I'm not afraid to talk to people. I just am usually not the conversation starter. So that's where my struggle lies.
Okay. Because something that I found, because when I first started streaming, I also found it difficult to have a running commentary. And what I found out, and this is gonna sound so bad, but I remember when I was younger, I remember watching some porn documentaries on HBO because they used to have these porn documentaries back in the day on
Yeah, yeah,
HBO.
Yeah, I
yeah.
remember this. I
And
remember this.
and one of the things that stuck with me over the years was one of these girls talking about the easiest way for her to come up with stuff to say while she's in the middle of the scene is just to narrate what's happening with a sexy
Okay.
voice. And I went,
Oh,
I went, oh my God, I'm just gonna narrate everything I'm doing. And so I just narrate, and that's how I started getting used to it. Was just I just started narrating everything I was doing, and then I would just add to that. I didn't do the seductive voice, but
So I just use my deep sultry radio voice
there
to
you go.
narrate what I'm doing.
I just use my southern charm, redneck voice
I don't
to
got that.
narrate what I'm
I
doing.
don't got that.
I have the beard. The beard works for me a little bit, which is why
Bring
I
on my
can't.
wicked piss Boston accent kid.
There you go, dude. You should totally do that. You should
Yo, dude,
totally.
welcome to Dorchester.
Today we're gonna be playing some EverQuest.
Yo, this coffee from Dunks is wicked pisser kid.
Yeah. Hey man, everybody's got a niche. I realized about 6 months ago when I started doing the Rings of Power videos that the beard had become a thing and I wasn't gonna be able to shave it off because people started referring to me as the bearded princess, and I went, oh, that needs to become an identity. And then when we started doing the multi streams, not just on the multi streams, the previous podcast I was a part of with Nathan, people would often comment during the streams like, "Oh, wicked beard, dude," and it's just like embrace it at that point. Like the Duck Dynasty
Yeah.
guys, like at some point they went, "Well, I guess we're not allowed to shave the beards off anymore because we're getting paid to have the beards." So fair enough. It's not my preferred facial accoutrement, but it'll do in a pinch.
I've recently had to cut down the beard at the request
Work.
of the wife.
Ah, request of the wife. Gotcha.
I was at 10 inches. I had to take off 6.
Ah, that's a chunk. I am going to do the first maintenance trim in September. That'll be 2 years in total. I've never trimmed it, never done nothing, and it is scraggly AF. It needs a trim.
Yeah, I need a good shave too.
And the other thing is like I just quit worried about my hair. Like I was keeping my hair short because thinning and balding and all that stuff. And then I'm just like, you know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna be the crazy old bearded, long-haired dude on TikTok, and I'm just gonna embrace that and use it to my advantage. But to be fair, the beard pole dance I did the other day was pretty epic, and my brother happened to stumble onto my stream right as that was happening. So Crinkled came in and did an $8 beard pole dance request, and I just on the spot was like, I did that, and then my brother pulled it, clipped it, and put out two
I wonder if
TikToks. It's like you
Adam's
best.
Gold's got the winning solution. You just stream all the time, and then you hire someone to make video clips from
That's
it.
exactly what you do. It's
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'd like to do right now. I just don't have the time.
love it,
to
you
take
know.
the clips because it takes a long time to go through 3-4 hours of
Right, or you
find
need
your
a
favorite.
team,
Or you need someone
an
to
editor
do
who
it.
can
Yep.
do that for you, and that costs more money than either one of us are making at the moment. And here's my thing, because I've talked about this in the past at some of the conferences I used to speak at. there is a pro and con to doing interns. On the one hand, internships can be very, very helpful for both sides. However,
Right.
in the current era we live in, it's hard enough for people to find a paying job with the COVID situation and anything else. I would feel, as much as I've used interns in the past, I just can't support myself personally. I can't support an unpaid internship like I've done in the past, knowing how difficult it is for so many people. So I feel like if I'm in a position where I'm blessed enough to be able to pay someone, I should, even though I don't necessarily need to, because an internship is reciprocal. People are getting something out of it, even if they're not getting paid, because a mentorship can be a very powerful thing. Warren Buffett and Bill Gates is a perfect example of a mentorship that is reciprocal in nature without there being any monetary, attachment to it. But with people needing to pay the bills, I want to make sure that even if it is an internship, you know, you can afford to pay someone. And that's a good way to look at it too, is rather than looking at it as, you could pay someone for a paid internship, which means you're not paying someone a full-time salary. They're learning how to do social media, they're learning how to do this program, that program, or the other, and in exchange, you're renting their time. Now, of course, as the channel gets bigger, I forget who I was talking to. There's a really big YouTuber who was on Jake Paul's podcast, which I don't like Jake Paul's podcast, but I happened to see a clip of this guy, and I can't remember who it is, but he's a pretty cool YouTuber. And he was talking about, he's one of the bigger guys on YouTube, and he makes like $38 million a year from YouTube,
Wow.
which is a ridiculous amount of money. And he was very candid about the fact, he says, my company keeps all that money. I pay myself a salary, and then the rest of the money goes into the company. He's like, I make more money than I will ever need in the entirety of my lifetime. I've made that money over 50 times. I am set for the rest of my life. So what do I do with my money? He's like, I invest in my friends. I help my friends build up their platforms. I bring my friends with me to make sure that my friends get to see the same level of success as myself. And I'm like, you, sir, are a pillar of the fucking community, because there aren't many people out there who would do that.
Yeah.
Because most people are in the me first mentality. So the people who
Yeah.
take their friends along with them are the ones who are the true heroes.
Yep.
I think a lot of hip hop artists do that. They have an entourage, and it's usually the guys they
Yeah.
grew up with when they were like 7 years old.
That's me. I'm going on vacation with a bunch of my friends from middle school.
There you go. This is a perfect moment for me to plug our multi-stream opportunities. Tuesday mornings, Vanguard Saga of Heroes, 8 a.m. Central Time. Thursday nights, 7:30 p.m. Central Time, World of Warcraft Classic. And Friday nights at 5:30 p.m. Central, Play99. And also, we've got a burgeoning, growing sort of newer stream thing happening on Saturday afternoons with EverQuest 2.
Mm-hmm.
Nudge, nudge, wink,
That's
wink,
at
everybody.
2 p.m. Central. And Sunday night.
And Sunday nights.
We
Weaving the Void.
Which is a homebrew D&D campaign. Super awesome. We're in costume and everything. Don't want to miss that one. That's a good one.
Episode 8 just went on the YouTube a little while ago, and episode 9 is going to be live this Sunday. So I think I would like to say that myself, Nathan, Bounty Code, Sparrow, Kel, Maduros, Vendini, Mujin, all these people who are growing and streaming and building stuff together over the last few weeks and few months, I would urge everyone to go out there, make sure to like, follow, and subscribe all these people, because we're all doing stuff with each other and we're all sort of growing together.
Yep.
Don't be afraid, ladies and gentlemen, to be a part of the group. Hashtag
That's how I found your channel,
group hug.
Rainfall.
Yep.
Hey, Nathan and I have talked about that before. Like, we get a lot of back and forth between he and I. I found this dude because the bearded dude recommended me to you, Nathan. And Nathan, I'll get somebody like you who's like, yeah, I found you through there. Like, I didn't even know Kel had come here from Nathan's channel until 2 weeks ago.
I didn't know that either.
I didn't either.
Nathan was doing EQ2 with you guys, and I was like, hey, I'll play EQ2.
EQ2 is a good game. It deserves more. There's more respect than it gets,
It does. It does.
It gets
I agree,
disrespected a lot.
actually. I kind of wonder why it never took off. Do you think it just because it split the EQ community?
Yes, that and WoW.
Wow,
And
mostly
WoW.
WoW.
Yeah, WoW was mostly
Yeah,
it.
mostly
Yeah.
WoW, but it did split the community. That is the thing that happened.
It definitely did. Yeah. It did seem weird. It's hard for us to think of this now, but it did seem really bizarre that you couldn't bring your character into a sequel for an MMO.
Mm.
That
You
did
know?
seem bizarre. That's what
It
I was
seemed really
expecting.
weird back then. You know, it was like that's
Val
weird. Why
says
would
when
you
you
do
have $1
that?
million company,
The
remember
little
me,
kid
my
in me
friend.
was excited for
Crinkle
that sort of
says I
thing.
subbed to Sparrow
Yeah,
yesterday.
which would have
Awesome,
been
dude.
a
Didn't realize she
crazy.
joined
That would have
YouTube.
changed
She's
the
just
way
started to
if
push
they
her
would have
YouTube
done
channel
that. I
recently.
don't know
Now
if
that
it'd
she
have been
got
more
branded
successful,
because
not
she's been
World
seeing what
Warcraft 2 or
Nathan and I
WoW.
are doing on
But what
YouTube,
I
and
will say is it would have
she's wanting to
changed
try
the
to
way
kind of play
people
around with
looked at
both
doing
platforms and
sequels to
see where she's going to
MMOs.
be able to see the most
It
success.
would have changed the landscape for that.
I
You know
think a
what I
lot of
mean?
people do that persnickety because
Yeah.
I've noticed like if Nathan is
I
streaming,
still wish
he
they would
has
just
much
take
bigger
those
numbers than
same
I do, and
graphics
that's
and just
fine.
remade
That's totally
EverQuest
acceptable and
Oh, I
understandable
know.
because he's been
and
streaming
make that
for
a new version. You
about
know,
he's been doing more. He's been
and
on
have been like,
YouTube
hey, if
about
you don't
3 or
play the
4
new
years longer than
expansions, you
I
got to play
have.
in the new
So
version
it's
first.
natural
You
that
know
he's
what I mean?
bigger than I
That would
am
have been
and
really
everything
cool.
I
else.
think that's what they're doing with
So
Path of
when I'm
Exile. They're basically
streaming,
just upgrading the graphics,
a lot of the people who will watch
transfer
my
everything
stream
over.
if
But I
Nathan is
could be
offline will
wrong on
go
that. I
watch
think that's how
Nathan.
it works.
And I'm totally fine with that because I'm still
I
in
know that
Nathan's
all your
stream because you're
cosmetics
still
transfer over,
hearing
so I
me.
wouldn't be
So
surprised if
I'm
they
still
keep the
getting the
characters
the
too.
brand identity is still there. And then when Nathan's not streaming, I've got people who will come watch my streams, which means everybody is watching us all at the same time at some point. And the other thing is too,
Yeah, the
I'm gonna
genre during that time seemed like it was just,
the other
you know,
thing too is
moving
like
along with
Nathan
such a
streams
breakneck
at completely
speed, you
different
know?
times than I do. I
Well,
stream
everything was.
very
I mean,
early
think how
morning
crazy the graphics changes
into
were
around
between
10 or
99
11,
and
and
like
Nathan
2004.
starts around
Epic,
11,
yeah.
and he'll stream
Epic
up
level,
until
yeah.
around 5,
Well,
and then
he
I
was
come
like
back at around 5
shining
and stream
beacon of
another few
everything
hours at
everyone
night.
wanted
So
in MMO graphics for a little bit.
sometimes we cross
Yeah.
Yeah,
over, but
really.
Like
most
even
of the
over WoW,
time,
because WoW was
he and
pretty
I
rough
are
at the
either
beginning. A lot of people
Oh, yeah.
multi-streaming
remember
or
that.
streaming at
It
completely
was.
different times. Most of the time.
It definitely was. You know, at the time when WoW came out, I remember thinking to myself, this looks like Warcraft 3, but zoomed in a little bit.
So I think most people are jumping back and forth for
That's
sure.
what it looked like to me.
I would also like to say, just on a side note, like obviously we're a long way from this, but looking at the what Asmongold's OTK group did. Also, I love Viva La Dirt League, and I've been following
Yeah.
those guys for about 8 years, and they've been around for about 11 years. So they just did their big Facebook announcement post today because their Kickstarter that they ran a few months ago was hugely successful. They bought their studio space. They've launched 2 new shows. They're completely expanding. They just bought a warehouse and they're building their own video editing suite and green screen stage and sound screens and set pieces. They're introducing like 5 new shows, and it started off with 2 dudes who then grew to 3 dudes, who then grew to Brit and other people and added some girls to the team, and they just continued to grow over the years. And now they have a team of like, I think around 30 people, if you include all the crew who work on their shows. And they brought all their friends with them from the very time that they started off 11 years ago. And here they are now. And I look at it this way and I go, you know, from the perspective of we all just started, even though Nathan's had his channel for about 5 years, my channel's I've been kind of doing stuff with it for a couple of years. We're just getting started with this full-time streaming and content creation stuff. So really starting to take it seriously this year. So imagine what we can achieve in 2 years time, 3 years time,
Yeah.
4 years
Yeah, it'll be
time.
big. Yeah, it'll be big. As long as nobody stops.
Yep.
Or does something crazy.
Don't get arrested.
Well, I think you can still get arrested. Just what did you get arrested for? You know.
Yeah. Don't get banned. That'd be the big one.
If I
Don't
get
get
arrested
banned.
because I'm dressed like Plant Man dancing a grocery store, I'll still be okay.
I don't know if I'll
The
bail you
cops
out on
must
that one,
bring it.
buddy.
That might help.
Well, I do think there's gonna be a big boom of streaming, especially when the next big MMO hits, assuming that
Yeah.
one comes.
We'll see.
Ashes will be a really
Ashes,
big deal.
maybe.
Thank you,
That
Tony.
might
I
it'll be
appreciate
break some
that.
careers right there.
Persnickety says I love that channel. Dude, Epic NPC Man is amazing. I
Um,
love their new Witcher
The
show
Riot
too.
MMO probably is gonna be the one, if we're being honest, but we'll see.
Oh, I think the Riot MMO will definitely bring.
It's gonna be a big deal.
It's going to be a big deal. Like I know
even if it's
Asmongold.
complete garbage, which it won't be, but even if it was, it'd still be a big deal.
Yeah.
I mean, even if like 10% of the league players come along, it's gonna like double the MMO population.
Right, and that's something Asmongold mentioned. Like it's gonna. He says this is the first game that he feels legitimately has a chance to have bigger numbers than WoW ever did, and it's just like that's totally valid. I mean,
Yeah.
it could
It
because
does.
of how big League is.
League,
Not
yeah, it's
just.
huge.
Let's put it this way: I could give 2 craps about their MOBA game, but I'm interested because Arcane was one of the coolest shows I've ever seen on Netflix, and it made me go, "Holy crap! If this is the lore of the game, I want to play their MMO." Like, this was amazing. Like, this is a great story. I love the setting. I love the characters. This animation style got me. It got me looking into the websites and reading up on the lore and going, I don't really like MOBA, but they're building this MMO. That sounds like it could be fun, you know? So
Arcane is my favorite show of all time. It really blew me out of the water.
it's the best animated show I've ever seen. Like, it was so good.
I think one of the great things about it too
Red
is
Dead
that it
Redemption
packs so much
2
in just
is
only
up
9
there in my
episodes. I
like
feel like I
top
watched
3
like 2
games of
seasons
all
of
time.
TV in 9 episodes.
What do you think about this? They're talking about in chat. So, do you think that World of Warcraft ended up on the... No, I'm sorry, not World of Warcraft. Blizzard ended up on the current trajectory, minus all the scandals and stuff. That's totally different. Just the as a company and just kind of failing expectations, etc. Do you think that that is because they tried to just be exactly what the media and
No.
everyone wanted
Nope.
them to be?
Nope. My perspective
Like
is
they got too casual?
no, my perspective is it's the exact scenario that happens to so many young rock bands that they've never been on the road before. They go out there and they're the Ed Sheeran of their generation, and they get massively successful and massively popular within a super short amount of time. They don't know how to handle it. They're being given free drugs, free booze, free strippers, free everything. They feel like rock stars. They feel like gods. Everything's handed to them on a silver platter, and they just go, okay, and they're all in, and they don't. There's nobody holding them back. There's no
Accountability.
accountability, and so it just kept going on and on and on and on and on. And who was going to tell them no? No one's going to tell them no. They are the top dogs of the gaming industry. Everyone wants to be them. Everyone wants to work for them. Everyone wants to work for them. No one's telling them no. And I think it was just a victim of its own success in the sense that, um, it got really big really fast, and it was a rock star lifestyle. It's like somebody was asking, why did Tommy Lee just made a big ruckus last week because he showed his wang on social media, right? And he just did an interview the other day. Why'd you do it? And he goes, because I went on a big MF and bender and just went, I'm going to throw my wang out. It's like when you're a rock star and you've got that level of fame and success and money and drugs and everything, why not? Like, who's going to say no? Like, what's the consequences? Ooh, somebody's going to, oh, he showed his wang on social media. Ooh. No one cares, right? You know what I mean? It's a rock star. He's expected to do that kind of stuff. And I think for many, many years, it was like Blizzard was expected to do those kinds of things. And it wasn't until we got into the Me Too generation that there
Well,
started
that's
to
for
be
the scandal,
accountability.
but I'm talking about just the direction the company went.
Oh,
right? Like
well, I'm
Warcraft
talking about
2,
something else different.
or
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Warcraft 3. When they remade that, it was just a total steaming pile of crap, and they literally lied and showed video game footage. It wasn't even in the game, and
Oh man, I got tricked by that, but I did get a refund.
good for you.
Yeah, that's a different
I mean,
topic altogether.
Yeah,
my personal take is that it's kind
I
of
do agree with that.
it's the fate of like 95% of publicly traded companies that
Mm.
they eventually just get down to I want quarterly profits,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the priority,
That's what
and it just sort of
happens.
it corrupts everything, and so
Yep.
it's like you almost have to stay a private company to remain loved by your
Yeah,
customers.
to have a soul. If you want to have a soul, you can't go.
And love him or hate him, I think Elon Musk is the perfect example
Yes,
of
I
that
agree with you.
because he doesn't want, obviously, Tesla is a different thing, but SpaceX is still very much a private company, and I don't think it will ever go public because that's his baby. Whereas he's talked about this before, like Tesla was just there to make him the money that he needed to make so that he could do SpaceX and go to Mars, and so SpaceX is his baby, and the other one's just the cash cow. And he's had very public altercations with the FTC and et cetera over stuff because once you have investors, you know, and he's not the type of person who necessarily prioritizes um, profits. I think he prioritizes other things.
He prioritizes what he wants to do. His objectives.
Yes,
And I'll tell
yes.
you what, love him or hate him, There's no way you can't say that you don't respect the fact that he was looking for a rocket scientist, couldn't find one, and was like, I'll do it.
Yep.
And self-taught himself to be a rocket scientist. What? No degree. You know what I mean? And then did things NASA couldn't do.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, you gotta respect that. Like, that's crazy, man. I'm not a huge fan. I don't really care, but like that part of him, I've got major respect for that. That's nuts.
Investors can really fuck up a company because
Yeah.
of the prioritization of profits above anything else.
And it's just the way it's built too, right? It's just like, of course they want their money back. They invested a big chunk of money in. Of course they want a return, you know? So it's just the way it's built. It's built to be bad for everybody at the end of the day.
Well, and another point too is that like as hierarchies grow, things become less and less efficient too.
Yeah, they do.
A little bit of a small, yeah.
Too.
Persnickety
You know,
says
like
retail WoW is a
supervisor,
mess. I have hopes for Dragonflight, but it feels too far
you know,
gone. I mean, it could be. You never know.
I remember one company that I worked for. They were like, "What's some things we can do? You know, we're having like a powwow to improve the company because we're growing so fast, etc." And I just said, "I think we could have a little less meetings and actually be out doing things that actually matter instead of talking about them all the time." And guess what? They scheduled a meeting to talk about having less meetings.
I have been in that exact meeting.
It's like, are you serious, guys? What are we doing?
Actually, that kind of stuff is a big part of the reason why I take 3 months off a year because I just can't handle it for a full 12 months.
Yeah, it drives you nuts, man. It's so stupid. It gets so stupid. And if you stay in there long enough, you'll become one of them. Yeah, it'll eventually
like,
make sense. It starts to make sense to you.
These manager people, they'll call a meeting with like 8 engineers and we'll just spend an hour talking about something stupid like what color the button should be. And then now it's like, okay, how many thousands of dollars have we just wasted?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I just don't get it.
Could have been an email.
Could have been an email. That's
Work
like
from
the
home
best
helped a
line.
lot with it though.
You could have polled it. You could have just popped up a poll real quick.
I think work from home has helped with that a lot because you don't get quite as much trouble if you don't go to meetings or ignore people. At least that's what I've noticed.
Yeah, they don't know. Got really dark in here. Did I used to have a buff on me or something?
Oh, I gave you ultravision. I can put it back on once we kill these.
Uh-oh. Got the spinny bug.
Alright, my internet might have just crashed. If my stream goes down, you'll know why.
The fact that the Visionary Realms team is so small actually gives me more hope than less.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes, it's taking longer, but I think that it'll be a more concentrated, more focused, distilled version of what I want. At least that's my hope.
I have the opposite viewpoint on that one. I think it's great to have a small team, but it also puts them in the scenario. Time it gets released, the industry will have moved on without them, and that's the curse of being a small team.
That's what a lot of people are afraid of, too. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So let me ask you this though: at what point? What's the number for being a medium team? Because I feel like they're getting pretty close at this point.
I mean, anything under 50 employees in my mind is a small business. You know, you've got a small team.
Well, they're sitting around 30 now.
Well, he said 24 full-time on the man-hours section, according to
24 full-time. Right.
Yeah, 35 part-time.
I'm counting. Yeah, I'm counting. Okay, so they got 35. You count all the part-timers, because there's a lot of those that that's not their main gig, and their responsibilities don't require it to be a main gig yet. So it's not like it used to be when Pantheon was early and nobody was full-time. Everybody was either part-time or no money. So a lot of these guys had really prestigious things to do at Visionary Realms, but also had to work a full-time job because the money wasn't there, you know?
Been there, done that.
Yep. I think that's a great way for things to start out, by the way. You
Um,
have a lot more respect for your own product and integrity when you've had to put in the time.
there is a certain amount of ownership that comes with putting blood,
Yeah.
sweat, and tears in. Yes.
Yeah, working for blood, sweat, and tears. Yeah. That is your reward.
That's
You
also
know?
correct. That's also why I have no sympathy for people who complain about crunch
I don't
because
either, dude. Crunch is, to me, I'm sorry. I know that it's not good to force people to crunch. That's not what I mean. But people, like, there's nothing wrong with people who want to because they want to get it done, right? That's, in my opinion, that shows a lot of passion. Um, now, I think that there are some situations where it's bad, where
there's
it's like in
mismanagement
Japan,
issues for
there's
sure.
studios where they force them.
Yes.
They're like, sleep here for 2 hours. That's all you get today. Wake up and get back to work. You know, having to do exercises on the top of the building because otherwise everybody would have a heart attack and die.
Hang on, Nathan, because I literally sit here and do push-ups and squats on stream because I'm like,
Yeah, but that's your choice though. Nobody's forcing
that's
you
true.
to.
That is true.
Like if you don't do all these things, then get out. You know,
Oh, I see what you
that's
mean.
messed up.
Like,
That's messed up.
yeah,
In my experience, the vast majority of the time when there's crunch, it's
it's
poor
mismanagement.
planning on management's
Yeah.
part. Yeah,
There's also,
almost every time.
not knowing how to eliminate feature creep and scope out of your project because too many people are afraid to scale back. They always want to scale up, and sometimes you just got to scale back.
I will say that is my number one concern for Pantheon because I do see feature creep happening. Part of it's just letting the creative mind work, but it is a
Yeah.
concern of mine.
That's why now when people say like which is common, it's just the way it is. But like people will be like, "Oh, I've got a great idea. Why don't they do this?" Like, stop, please.
Yeah, let's just get what
No,
we have out the door, please.
yeah, no more great ideas. There's plenty. They got plenty of those. Okay, throw that in the expansion bin, please. Let's just go. Let's just go with what we got. It's really good. It's a great idea.
Well, I mean, if they deliver what they've already said that they're going to be doing,
Right.
like I'll
That's
be
a
content.
Yeah, that is stupid feature rich. Already it's stupid feature rich at the way it is.
Now, so
Now,
if they
there's
just
some things
focus
they've
on
been
that
working on
and
a long
just,
time they haven't announced, and those
oh
feel
really?
like they're new. Yeah, I know there's one. I know there's one that they haven't
Well,
announced yet. I know it's going to be in the game though. I know it. Joppa drops hints way too often. But they haven't
are
announced yet.
you?
When they do, people will be like, "Oh,
At the end of the
more new
day, a decent
features." Like,
budget and a
no,
sizable
they've been
team
working
gives
on
the
that a really
project
long
security,
time.
is what
I can
Are
say
you
Tony
it.
allowed
says.
to say
That's
it?
true. Yeah.
Yeah, because
What
it's
it
not
is?
secret knowledge. I just know
Okay.
because of his reaction to things.
And yes,
the
Elon
things
is a
he
fucking
says.
genius.
Is it like
There's
a class like Necro
I'm
or
not
something?
even a fan of this, by the way. I'm not even a fan of this. I don't think it's necessary, and hopefully they implement it right. But there's going to be gliding,
Oh, okay, yeah.
100%.
Well,
It's going to
I
be in the
think
game.
Jaffa took a lot of inspiration from Breath of the Wild, so that makes
Yes.
sense.
Now, I don't think they'll do it like Breath of the Wild where you can glide anywhere. Maybe at like a max level or special, like really hard to get. But I do think there'll be areas where the halflings maybe have set up or something of that nature, where you could glide from certain areas to get across a large swath of land to a popular destination.
I mean,
think Grizz will
honestly,
go a
I
lot.
really like that a lot better than just flat out letting people fly around.
I do too. I prefer it. Yes, but if you can
It
glide
also,
anytime, I don't know. I don't.
but it also
Ah.
gives extra value to the climbing. It's because then if you can climb up somewhere really high, then you can use that to
Yes.
glide to whatever the next town over or whatever.
That's right, and that's why they're doing it because they think that just enriches the climbing even more. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. But a lot of people are going to freak out and say, "Oh my God, the feature creep is
Well,
crazy." But
I mean, the other plus side is that I don't think. I mean, my assumption is that wouldn't be too hard to implement.
exactly, it wouldn't be. I don't think. And if it was, I don't think they would do it. If it was like a big time-consuming thing, I don't think they would do it, or they would do it later. And it'll be really cool with their with the as far as you can see in the distance, etc. Their LOD and all that. It will be really cool to glide across a big area, going back to.
my OCD brain really wonders how it's gonna work for like if you're on a wall and you get aggro, like do you just get knocked off the wall like if
Yeah,
you're
they've
climbing?
talked about that. Yeah, so
Okay.
it depends on what's attacking you, right? Like a spider might shoot a web at you, knock you off. They've mentioned a few, and I can't off the top of my head recall them all. But sometimes climbing is actually you just put yourself in a really bad situation.
You fall
Um,
off and take extra damage.
yeah, like they knock you off. Now you
Gotcha.
take the damage and the fall damage. They don't even hide the fact that they were super inspired by Breath of the Wild.
Oh
With the
yeah. Well, I
climbing
mean, it was
and
a
the
good game. I don't have any complaints.
yeah. Joppa said he played it and was like, dude, this seems like the vision Brad McQuaid was trying to talk about, but he didn't think we had the technology to do it. So they toyed with it. They gave it to their developers and was like, hey, can we do this? How hard? How long will it take? And I tell you what, they had climbing ready and pre-alpha quick, so it must have been fairly easy to implement.
Yeah, I mean they've been doing
It'll
that
be
since.
interesting to see. I feel like there's gonna be a lot of like weird angles on things that they're gonna have to like smooth out for climbing and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
What'd you say,
I
Cal?
think it's gonna. I wouldn't. People are gonna find some funny things. I think that's what I think. They're gonna
I think
do some things.
a good example of climbing that you'll find in gaming is in games like Ark or Atlas. If you look at the climbing in those games, it's extremely easy to do and very engaging.
Hmm. I don't think I realized that Atlas had climbing.
Yep, you actually have climbing hooks that you can use. For example,
Okay.
I didn't know that on Arc either.
you can shoot ropes and
Or Ark. Yeah, I
use those
didn't
to
know that
climb
in
up,
Ark. Yeah.
stuff like that.
I also often think of like Tomb Raider. The newer Tomb Raider games have pretty good climbing.
Unfortunately, guys, I'm gonna have to call it soon. The wife just popped in chat. I gotta take the kids to practice. I thought I still had a lot more time.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm not gonna say no
So.
because I'm my nap mode would love to engage. The question
How far did
is,
everybody get? I
um,
got to.
I'm halfway
I'm
through
almost
12.
15. Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
That was
So it's
pretty
okay start.
good.
I was gonna see, is there anybody around that can port us out? Because I would love to go back to Surefall if possible before we wrap. If not,
I think I'll stay here just so I'm easy to get back in.
oh, you mean right here, camp in the corner? That's not a bad idea, actually.
But I don't
Yeah,
have
it's
anything I
safe
need
to
to
camp
do
here for sure.
specifically.
Yeah, because if we're gonna coordinate the next, yeah, let's just camp here. I don't have to go back right now, so. Plus, I can always get my druid to go run around and get my spells and bring him back here. That's what I'll do, probably.
All right. So I don't know when we want to do this next. Maybe same time a week from now. I don't know.
Ish, yeah, I just need at least like 48, 72 hours heads up so I can make sure that my schedule is good to go and I can try to
Yeah,
get some sleep before we do it.
we can use our chat channel to
Yep.
discuss it and figure it out. But yeah, when I'm pretty open as long as it's during the day, my evenings are all booked up with streams, but the day I can squeeze it in. So if you guys find time works for you, it's highly likely
Kelsuke,
to work for me.
Kelsuke, if you want to just keep going, you've got the super uber pet.
No, keep going.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna go. I'll find some more of those pets up. I think they're pretty good. Although you're getting strong enough that you might not need them now.
Yeah, true. We might be able to actually just fight this stuff now.
All right, boys.
All right,
Well,
guys.
it was
Thanks
good
a lot.
times.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Appreciate that. Thanks for bringing us out here and helping us out. Really appreciate it. And we'll get back together as soon as we can and do it again.
Hoorah, hoorah. Next week, everybody.
Sounds good. This
All
is
right,
nice
thanks,
chat.
everybody.
See you guys.
Bye.
All right, everybody. That was a fun and interesting little session today. I think I have enough time to take a bit of a nap and probably come back refreshed and ready for a World of Warcraft stream at like 5 o'clock. We'll see. I need to check the weather real quick. Let me check the weather before I commit to that because if it's going to rain or storm, the internet might not be right. The internet's being bad anyway. It's like, it's dropped like several times today as I've been streaming. Dun, 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 dun. By the way, as we're winding down, thanks to everybody who was able to do super chats today. I really appreciate it. We got 20 bucks in. Plus, I know we did 20 bucks towards this one. In the morning, we did about $10. I think we did $10 from persnickety. So on top of some persnickety and trips this afternoon, we got to $30 for the day, which is a really good day. We will be back later on tonight at some point, assuming that I have internet and power and all those good things. I usually start around 5 p.m. Central, but let me check the weather. Boom, 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 boom. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, you know what? It doesn't look like there's anything scheduled for this afternoon. So it's just going to be based on whether or not my internet's being crappy or not this afternoon. So I should be back from Warcraft. It's 2:45 now. I should have time to take a little bit of a break. I will try to be back around 5. Yeah, and I know we're going to do Skullomance tonight around 8:30 Central, I think is the plan. So let me think about that. I might actually just not start until about 7. I don't know yet. I will be back with a Warcraft stream at some point, so check out the Discord because I will ping the Discord with a, if I feel good, I'll start at 5. Otherwise, it'll be later. Usually we start at 5, but I also usually don't stream during the afternoon like I did today. So, boom, ba-dum, bum, bum. That's it. Thanks everybody. I'm out. Go take a nap with my cats. I think Luke is there. Leia is there. So we're gonna go have a nap with the cats. I'm gonna go check on Chris, see what she needs. She's probably taking a nap in the hammock because I haven't heard anything in the front room for a while. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Thank you for that.